Hello everyone, and yep, quite an occasion today. So yeah, as you can see here, I did have the Eclipse Gundam ready. Now, by the way, as you may have expected in the Spinacia review, that I have actually let me mute myself on Discord until ZakuAurelius pops back up. So yeah, quite an occasion for today. I got the Eclipse Gundam. I don't do unboxings anymore, but I do have the materials for the unboxing segment for the review. So yeah, I got that done. So look forward to the review and this current stream. Well, ZakuAurelius is popping back into his computer. So yeah, I shall introduce you to the guest of the night. He is the badass Zaku that doesn't need to be read in order to have surpassed 3 times the performance of regular Zaku's. ZakuAurelius, and yep, okay, apparently, yeah, he's streaming on his camera. Yep, there we go. Hey, okay, so we need to calibrate the audio. So yeah, we can we can just talk. We can just talk and see whether or not the audio levels are good here.
Okay. And I
And
can change my camera. I haven't done this with Discord before, actually. So
oh yeah, yeah. Uh, it's all right for me. It's all right on my side. I need to tune it down on OBS just so I need. Hey,
oh,
okay, okay, I'm back. I'm back. Question to the audience: is it back? I don't feel like it's back.
mm.
The preview is freaking out. Chat is not showing up for me. I'm sorry, technical issues. Technical issues ahoy, man. like, if anyone's viewing this video, tell me what's going on. Okay. This is a bit of a faff.
I can open
Yeah,
it here on my side and see if I can see
yeah,
anything.
you can, yeah, Potstrom, you're right. ZakuAurelius has joined me for the stream. like, I really wanted to do like a Top Gear style introduction, because special guests and all that kind of stuff. But yep, live stream. It's loading earlier. Yep, it's back now. It should be back now. It should be back. Let's hope at least this PC could survive 5 minutes. It has been freaking out recently, where it just suddenly just decides to not work. So let's pray that it can survive one entire stream. So that I don't need to deal with this, deal with technical issues, at least to in the duration of the stream. Okay, I have the chat on the second screen. I have Discord and OBS up just to monitor the situation, and we can finally begin building. like, wow.
Uh,
It,
do, does your how you have it set up? Will anyone see me at any time? So I won't worry about it then if no one will.
I could
I just won't
probably,
worry about showing anything.
yeah, I could probably capture it, but
Hmm.
uh, well, let me see. Okay, that doesn't work.
No worries either way. I just want to know so I can be aware if I'm like not showing something or if I should be showing what I'm working on.
Yeah. Probably. Let me try. Let me try. Okay. Display capture, game capture. I don't know how OBS works. I really don't know how it works. Let me see. Anyway, it's a bit of a faff. So yeah, for probably this stream, I'm not gonna be showing anything but the conversation and what I am working on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll need a partner to sort out technical issues later on. We've gone through enough for one day, am I right?
I'll tell you what I'm working on then. I'm
Yeah.
putting together the Tyrion, HG Tyrion.
Oh, the Tyrion. Okay. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Interesting fact. I only just noticed in the recent months that that mobile suit is the name is Mandarin. It's Chinese. Like I could be the only one who's oblivious to that until recently, but yeah, interesting bit of
Well,
trivia.
yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, it literally means metal man if you translate
All
it
right.
directly. So yeah, we could all attest to how tough the Terrans are.
Man, that's good. But
Right.
I figure I'd save time and using this kind of like organizer. I don't know if you've ever seen like the kind of organizer that I normally use, like for just keeping all the parts in while I'm in the middle of building.
Yeah.
And figure to save time, I'll just build them both at once. So just putting all the parts of, well, I guess I should say the regular type and the space type. I didn't mention that, but yeah, the space type as well. So building both of them at the same time
That's
should be
interesting.
fine.
It should be fine. As long as
Mostly
they
the same.
stay separate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully I won't end up getting confused.
What do you mean ISP? What? Uh, right. Let's get to building. I had enough fat for one day.
Yeah.
Like there's enough people here. I could tell you guys the story of me getting the Eclipse Gundam. Like the main thing is like I went to these shops, which is kind of like an hour away by train. So I went to the shops to try and preemptively get there to buy the Eclipse Gundam because, judging from the Nightingale experience, they just evaporate off the shelves. Even though like today's a working day, so I guess that is less of a possibility. But the concerning thing is, what is it? Gundam Base Tokyo announced that you may not be able to pick up the Eclipse Gundam if you ever go to Gundam Base Tokyo because it's just so high in demand. Like and the same happened for the Nightingale, which is why it took them like ages. And I don't know if the Olympics were a hindering factor on the availability of the Eclipse Gundam, but of the what is it? Oh, of the Nightingale. Sorry. And oh my god, it's a bit of a faff. But yeah, even with Gundam Base saying that they may not have the kit available, it's just concerning. So I preemptively went to the shops early in the afternoon. I sat in a local McDonald's for about 2 hours. Nothing popped up. Went home. Went back to my local district. Got myself some glue to repair my aunt's blender, and then right at that second when I checked out with the glue, the Eclipse Gundam popped up. So I had to go all the way back, another 1 hour trip, just to pick up the Eclipse Gundam because I'm not taking any chances here. So at the end of the day, I was able to get it, thankfully, but at the cost of me being out of breath. So it was an adventure picking this up. So yeah. ISP Ozaki Solo. Yeah. It's back, it's stable now. Yeah, the metal man from Double O, yeah. Yeah, the red rock, you're right. Zaku sounds better now. Yeah, good. Tyrion Talza. Yeah, Tyrion Talza is actually it's basically just a reference to its color because Talza basically means peach. So well, it's not exactly peach pink, that damn thing, but yeah, it's still pink, so might as well call it peach. Hi, dude. Yeah, I'm doing fine, Mr. Fiddlesticks. Just tired, in need of a separate pair of legs, and to get this kit done so that I can rest. But yeah, hey, I have ZakuAurelius here with me.
Hello.
Yep.
I would really like to get my hands on Nightingale as well, but yeah, they've been sold out here.
Yeah, actually, how is the how does the Gundam market work in Korea? Like, does it have the relative, like, a relative of like the availability being as high as in Hong Kong and Japan.
Oh yeah, basically yeah.
So it's basically the same, but
Mm.
as we all know, whatever happened in the world currently affected everybody, apart from the blokes in Japan.
Yeah. As far as I know, the problem that Bandai is having with production is mostly related to just being able to get the raw plastic.
Yeah,
Is one, but I think even with that, like I know that has been an issue, but even with that problem, as far as I know, they've still been operating at full capacity. It's just the problem is that there's just so much demand right now.
you could even say that the demand eclipses the supply, won't you think?
You could say that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nobody ever saw that pun coming, eh?
Yeah. I mean, since the release, or since the announcement of the Eclipse, I should say, I've already seen my fair share of Eclipse puns.
Yep. Well,
I'm sure there's
actually,
tons
the
more
box
there.
art is kind of a pun itself, because the Eclipse
Mm,
Gundam is eclipsing a
mm.
solar eclipse that is happening in the back. Like the juxtaposition of that is just like it's pretty funny when you think about it. Like to me, the backlit environment isn't really the best idea they could have gone with it, but if you think deeper, then the overall joke just pops out.
It's an interesting design. I'm not totally sold on it, but I think once I actually build it, I'll be able to better decide how much I actually really like the design or not.
Yeah, well, actually, I wasn't going to pick up the Eclipse Gundam, but seeing as like I described its alt mode as being like a warship of sorts, so I just had this idea because like anybody who followed me for any amount of time knows that my like recent customs in the past 2 years, my custom builds have been revolving around constellations. So yeah, there is literally a constellation of a ship. So that's why I picked up the Eclipse Gundam. And because the this is like a little bit of astrology for you. The Argo Navis is an obsolete constellation because it was just too large to be put in the current to be recognized as an official constellation. So what they did is break them up into three different constellations: Carina, Puppis, and Vela. So there you have it. So what I have here is going to be a future, like the future build of the Argo Navius. It is larger, which is fitting for what I am going for, so that's why I got it. Simple as that. It's just a custom idea brought to life.
It'd be an interesting kit to customize just because of the design of it.
Yeah,
It's so wild. It's I don't know, kind of
yeah,
similar
like
to the like Cassie or Penelope. It's kind of hard to like the more strange the design is, the harder it is to customize.
yeah, and
Mm.
like we rarely get like alt modes that look like warships. Like the closest thing that I could think of is the TR6 Heisen Plate 2, or the raw version if you prefer, that transforms into sort of like an actual warship kind of thing.
Yeah, it looks like something from like a side-scrolling video game. I mean,
Yeah, you can imagine the
like going
legs as
through.
catapults and the actual cannons as the large turrets and that stuff.
Dang, some fly in here. It's really bothering me.
There's a fly in your room?
Yes, I don't know why.
Wow. Eclipse sold out in Canada. That's sad. Yeah, Tarantula is piloted by Hallelujah's. I know. I've watched Double O multiple times over. Please.
That one, that version of Terran I don't have. I only have this one in the space type. Figured that was enough. If I really love these kits and someday want to get that one as well, I might, but
Yeah. It's short in supply, just like everything else. Like, they've only recently restocked the Gundam Age kits, and I've been looking for an H3 Fortress for forever now, and because of the supply and the decision to scarcely reprint the damn thing, I cannot get it at all. Like, they've been operating at full capacity, sure, but still, like, you can't deny that, as far as I'm aware, the selection for model kits has been scarcer than what I've experienced in the recent years.
Yeah, partly due to shipping as well.
Yeah,
Just,
shipping. Even though we're neighboring and it's just a 4-hour plane ride away, but yeah, shipping and the decision to actually reprint them, I've actually feared that I won't be able to get a Gundam Bale and a Gundam Barbatos for my own purposes.
Like
So
the HDs or 100s?
the high grades, the high grades. Like, if any of you in the audience who are thinking about why I rarely pick up master grades, it's because I like uniformity. Like, I started out picking up 1-to-144 scales, and because I am just so pedantic about the scales of my displays, and that's why I completely disregarded master grades, not to mention the bad experiences I had with them as a beginner. But yeah, because probably my brother is jumping the gun by buying a master grade Death Scythe Hell with his New Year's red packet money, so he probably jumped the gun. I had a hand in building it, didn't like it, and my brother thought it was just an action figure with assembly instructions, so it's completely disintegrated as of current. So yeah, partially because of me being pedantic, and partially because of the bad experiences. So that's why I omitted master grades for quite a while, until now. Well, until the Gundam Barbatos, because yeah, channel logo is the Barbatos, and yep, my favorite one is still the OG Barbatos. So there we have it. And wow, a few simple pieces to contribute to the transforming head. Like, I wonder how that's gonna work.
I saw a picture online that like the transformation of the head is really weird. The head, like the top of the head just like folds open.
The top of the head rotates backwards. Now that's a hiding mechanic that I've never seen before. But strangely enough, part of the frame is using the Freedom 2.0's frame. Now, by the way, if you guys want a comparison between this and the Freedom 2.0, I can't, because I don't have the Freedom 2.0. Speaking of Advance of Zeta, Zach went Advance of Zeta contest. The Red Rock, such an Advance of Zeta fanatic. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it would be cool.
Yeah, it would be.
I don't know if it would be as interesting as other ideas. It would also be hard for a lot of people because they just don't have access to them being all like mostly P Bandai kits. I know they're not all, but
the Hazel high grades and the TR5 Gap Plans Hreru. So yeah, those are the only ones in regular release. So probably not because of the availability. Hey Angie, are you going to be picking up the Metal... It's not a Metal Build Ghost Gundam, it's just a normal robot Damashi. So I am going to be picking that up because I did promise that in the Phantom Gundam review. So look forward to that. And what were you going to say, Zach?
I was going to say there's the Quell also.
Oh yeah, the GM Quell, which is basically the Hazels with a different head. Well, it's specifically the TR1 Hazel 2. Yeah,
there's options, but also I just feel like, I mean, I guess and this is where the contest would come in. Just the Advances of Zeta designs are not as easy to customize, so it would basically be like a who can do the best Advanced Zeta paint job, which is not as interesting as like contests that cater to customization.
Paint job and like upgrades, like mainly the main kit that I would like pick for the if I were to hold this contest is basically who can customize the best TR1, because as you know, like the Hrudu 2s, and of course the different versions of the TR1 with the tri booster, the double shield booster, the what is it called, the Primrose to make the Hazel Alza. There is just so many possibilities to customize your TR1, even though it's like a fossil of a kit. So That's probably what they want. I think. I don't know. The TR6 is not that customizable, so probably that would be out of the question.
It's an interesting idea. I
Yeah,
think I would have to do something like a gym contest first. That's one that people have been asking for a long time. So
yeah.
that would probably come first. But uh, the 39 Submissions contest just finished, and we already have the plan for the next contest is already decided, and we're going to be announcing that pretty soon. So it's not Advanced Zeta, I'll tell you that. I can't tell you what it is yet, but I can tell you it's not Advanced Zeta.
Yeah, stay tuned to Zaku's page if you want the details of the other contests. What's your opinion on? Well, yeah, that is one thing that I would bring up, like the Gundam Breaker. Oh my God, chat is going so fast. Gundam Breaker Battle Log trailer, like, wow. At least I am excited for the series. I don't know about like the more seasoned builders or the people who are a generation above me, because they usually don't get that excited for the what is it, for the build series. But me, at
Depends on
least.
the person. I know like some older dudes who really enjoy the series.
Yeah, but
Mm,
not necessarily as excited as some would get. Like, personally,
yeah,
I am very excited for Build Divers Battle Log. Well, not Build Divers Battle Log. That's a disappointment in marketing. But Build Gundam Breaker Battle Log. My God, tongue twisted. But yeah, Gundam Breaker Battle Log. Yeah, I am interested. And I honestly never expected the pilots to be as such. Like, I have you played the Gundam Breaker mobile game at all?
yeah. I've been playing it since it came out, and I'm on the fence, on the verge of deleting it because I'm so kind of tired of playing it at this point. It's just boring.
Yeah, just back it up before you delete it. Like, I've heard quite a bit of people talk about deleting it, and usually my recommendation is to just back your data up in case that urge returns. So yeah, but with
Is it
San,
possible to sell your account? Because I've also thought about just doing that. Because I have lots of stuff in the game, but
there
if
is
I
there is
feel
that
like
kind
I'm
of
not going
there
there.
is that kind of market, but I'm not entirely sure how it works.
Mm.
Probably probably quite a number of people have done that already, so there should be some information on the internet.
Well, if anybody watching knows anything about that, if just I haven't even looked into if it's even possible. I assume it is because there's the option right on the home screen where it says like transfer data. So I'm assuming you could probably just
No,
use that.
that is basically to back up your data.
Uh,
So transferring it from wherever you backed it up to your current device.
okay.
So I think they just worded it badly, but it doesn't mean transferring your data to another person's account or something like that. Unless you back it up to their account, then maybe you could do that.
Well, if anybody knows for sure, and if you're interested, let me know. Because I've been playing since it launched and have basically everything except for like the
The Sokai stuff.
the Sokai stuff basically.
Yeah, they're pushing the battle log suits out currently, which
Yeah, really don't care at all about them. They're so ugly. I don't like the design at all. So
to each their own, I guess.
yeah, I've not put any money into the game. I should say that. Uh, I've collected a lot of stuff in there, but it's all free to play. So
Yeah,
I just understand that. So any of like the Sokai suits, I have like one or like maybe two parts. That's all. So, like, nothing crazy.
yeah. To admit a rather guilty thing that I've done, I did invest quite a bit into the game. Mostly because, like, Gundam Breaker, apart from being a game, is kind of like a builder's planning tool. Like,
Yeah.
personally for me, I like to plan my builds before I actually go ahead with them. just to see what sticks and what doesn't. So that's why a lot of the parts being like Sokai, some of them I don't care about, but recently these built the Gundam Breaker Battlelog suits, like the Helios is one that I want because it's the poster boy, but the main thing that I want to plan with is the Blazing Gundam, and I did invest quite a bit into that. Like, well, just one deal, and I got basically the whole suit, minus the backpack, which I don't necessarily like. So yeah, I got all the parts from the Blazing that I need, and I do have the God Gundam from previous pulls and exchanges. So yeah, I could basically do my plannings. But anyways, it's a very expensive planning tool if you're using it like I am. So
Yeah, I mean, as they're constantly expanding on it, I mean, it can be very useful, and especially for testing out color schemes as well. 'Cause
Yeah,
the
definitely.
application of it is quite useful, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, by the way, to anybody who's wondering, yeah, this kit is mine. I didn't borrow it from anybody. But yeah, this is mine because I do have a plan that I did mention earlier. Yeah, the infamous double hip joint. Thought on Eclipse Gundam chat. You talk about the new movies since it was out for a while. What movie?
Like Hathaway's Flash.
Oh, Hathaway's. Eve, please clarify whether or not it's Hathaway's Flash, because yeah, if it's Hathaway's Flash, then I could understand why people don't like it because not much happened there, but frankly, it's part 1 of 3, so it only makes sense that it's only the prelude.
And I've still not seen it yet, so.
I won't spoil it for you then. Especially, like, if you are like me who are into the audios and the art style, it's just top notch. Especially for the Xe Gundam. The model doesn't do it justice if you are talking about it strictly. Like, the model kit doesn't do it justice because of the effects that they put into it. Like, I've seen Meijin Kawaguchi do kind of like do the lighting effects on the Xe using the ultraviolet reactant paint, which is definitely like a very good idea. Like, one day if I can get my hands on UV reactant white paint, then I might do that as well.
Yeah, that's Kawaguchi-san, as usual, just nicking all of his ideas off of Twitter builders. People have been doing that forever.
I think he nicked that from the movies. Let's be fair here.
Yeah, but there's I haven't seen the build that you're talking about, but yeah, there's some really cool builders. There's one, speaking of 30 minutes missions, there's a builder on Twitter. Of course, I can't remember his handle at all, but does really cool work like that using UV reactive paint on like custom 30-minute mission builds. They're really cool.
Yeah, to couple it with the already UV reactant paint, already reactant parts.
They aren't. He's using it on like in between parts. A lot of times he's using it like how can I say, like to fill in areas, sort of like you would do like panel lining.
Oh, so
But,
basically,
like,
digital detail.
yeah.
I get it. It's
Kind of
like that.
like well, he's used it on a bunch of different stuff, but like for the example that I'm talking about, imagine like sort of like the Unicorn or like the new Gundams, like the Verkaz Psycho Frame parts where you get like a little bit of glow.
The Psycho Frame peeking out, like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like that.
Hathaway's Flash doesn't deserve the hate. Like, I think people on IMDb don't understand that it's part 1 of 3. Sure, the other 2 parts could remain as much of a myth as part 1 was before its release, but who cares? It's part 1 of 3. There's 3 novels, they're adapting them into 3 movies, so part 1 is part 1. They thought it was just going to be one entire movie talking about the entire damn story, so of course they hate it. Like, that's movie reviewers currently.
Well, I've not seen it yet, but I can just say in general, I would prefer stories like that where if it's like a long story, I mean, I always prefer them to, give it the proper time that it needs rather than trying to cram too much into one movie. So
Yeah, definitely. That's why a lot of movie adaptations of novels don't really do well. Wait for 10 years. Hathaway's Flash will be out on our. Oh my god. So does the Penelope. In the movie, it looks so solid. Yep, looks solid. Sounds uncanny. VFX, I'm not gonna spoil, but it's just, they've just outdone themselves, in my opinion, for the Penelope in terms of its interpretations.
Still holding out hope that we'll get like a good Metal Gear Solid movie someday. And I'm just praying that they won't try to cram it like into one movie and that they'll just commit to making it as a series.
We can only hope.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope Hathaway's Flash is available. It was available on YouTube. Like, fun fact, like it was available on YouTube like a day or two after the movie was officially premiered in Japan, but it got taken down, obviously. But some lucky bloke downloaded it before it was taken down, and that's how I saw the movie. Cheeky, but was well worth it to confirm that it is no longer a myth anymore. Like, how many times has that been delayed? Like, 3 times, 4 times?
Right. Done cutting all the parts. Now to find out.
Which is which?
Hopefully it should be fine. All like the like joint parts are the same color between the two kits, so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
And
Good to know.
all the armor is obviously color coded, so it should be easy enough.
Yeah, easy enough. 10 years? Are you serious? Gundam Narrative only took 2 years to be available in other sites. Well, Joe, like, it's mainly just a joke about how like Gundam Hathaway's Flash has been delayed over and over and over again. Like, people have been expecting another delay when they finally confirmed the June 11th release date. Like, that's already become a joke by then. So, no reason to not joke about the other 2 parts being myths forever.
You don't even know for sure if it will be 2 parts due to whatever stuff they decide. They may end up making 1 part or 3 parts.
I've heard it's supposed to be a movie trilogy from somewhere, but who knows? Plans may
But they did it with
change.
Unicorn, right? Didn't they extend Unicorn to 1 more episode than originally planned?
I
The original OVA, I mean.
My experience was still in my infancy back then, so I wasn't really that aware of Gundam releases.
Someone confirm or deny that. I don't recall for sure, but as far as I can remember, I think like Unicorn was originally supposed to be 6 episode OVA, and then they extended it to 7. But yeah, could be wrong.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
So that's what I mean. Like some kind of change like that could definitely happen with this. You know, with the
It
studio.
could definitely happen. Like, I've
Based on the-
heard one of my friends talk about Gigi Andal. I can't pronounce her surname without a Japanese accent, but Gigi, the blonde-haired girl, like, her character was still too much of a mystery to him. So, I don't know. They may drag it out to explain her character better, because we have Hathaway established, we have Kenneth established. Gigi is still a bit of an enigma to me. Like, not only
Andalusia, right?
yeah,
I think
Andalusia,
any,
yeah. Gigi Andalusia, yeah.
Americans probably have a much easier time with that because we have the. That's a very American word, right? Or I don't know if that's where it's from originally, but now I'm suddenly forgetting the origin of that. But
Well, considering English isn't my first language, and
Yeah.
I retroactively learned the names from the Japanese pronunciations, yeah, of course I'm gonna be having a little bit tougher of a time translating them back to English. Funny how Gigi is kind of coming into the normie scene. Yeah, baggy clothes and all that. Yeah, I know. Go watch Getter Arc, is amazing. School is going to be starting next week, so I may not have the time to do that. Like, during this 4-month break, I have been catching up on Gundam a lot. Like, the only one that I haven't watched from the original arc is Double Zeta, so I had better catch up on that. But yeah, I have been profusely catching up on Gundam, so that I have some ground to stand on whenever I try to judge something. The only complaint you can give for Hathaway's Flash was the animation dip in the final arc, but it's not that much. Well, it's animated at night, so they could get away with some visual flaws, or just some visual imperfections. They're animating at night, cheeky bastards. But yeah, I know. There's a third far. Oh my god! You're telling me this, Mike? There's a third-party high-grade cosmic hour strike freedom wings of light effect. Is it only the effect parts? What else could we talk about?
I'm trying to figure out how to turn off the alert sound on Discord. I never use Discord on my computer. I only ever use it on my phone. So
well, turn it off. Well, that's a bit of an enigma. So basically, I had my computer set to, like, what priority mode? What is it anymore?
I think I got it.
Yeah. Turn on the focus assist. That could help. Who's building along with MJ? ZakuAurelius. Like I introduced, the Zaku who doesn't need to be red to be badass. Sorry for knocking the mic there. Sorry.
Let's see. I think that should do it.
Oh yeah, if I get the build done in a timely manner, then I may crack open the Ale Strike to build the Striker pack. I need it for the review. Yeah, Zaku's here, yeah.
Here I am.
Yep.
Invoice.
Invoice only, yeah. We still haven't got the technicalities of OBS figured out. Dude just found out, yeah. What they do that, seriously, they're cheeky, they didn't even say. Yeah. Bandai has always been on the cheeky side when it comes to that. Or do you want to watch Hathaway's Flash? Well, you could, yeah, a lot of people pirate the movie, but there are some who genuinely support the movie on Netflix. So grab yourself a Netflix subscription. It doesn't need to be sustained. As long as you get that to watch one movie, then it'll be fine. And possibly tune into other Netflix shows that you're interested in as well. You're probably stretching a bit too far, MJ. Why? Oh yeah,
You can get like a 30-day trial or something, can't you? For free.
I didn't know that was a thing because I don't have Netflix here, but like, I personally don't have Netflix, but yeah.
It used to be, I believe. I don't know. Maybe they don't do that anymore because people were just abusing it. I'm sure, but
Probably, yeah. Oh yeah, quite a bit of people are asking how you're doing.
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, but yeah, the audience. How are you guys doing? Incel Bandai versus chat third party. All third parties always beat Bandai to a lot of the releases until Bandai like moves their ass and actually makes those models. Like the Testament Gundam is a testament to that statement. No pun intended. Well, that's a lie, but you get what I mean.
I don't know for sure, but based on what I know and like conversations with people who would know, I don't talk to any. I should make this clear because some people think that I personally talk to anyone at Bandai. I don't. Like on the rare occasion I have, but like obviously I know people who talk with Bandai people regularly. And as far as I know, like any like bootleg stuff or like third-party stuff like the Testament or like Dragon Ball Co or whatever these companies, Bandai honestly doesn't really pay much attention to them, and like I really don't believe that Bandai makes any decisions based on what these other bootleg companies are making. It's just
Yeah.
coincidence,
Yeah,
basically.
it's just coincidence that we take the piss out of. Yeah. I just watched Zaku's video of Honey I Didn't Buy This, I swear. I have yet to check that video out. Like I was knackered for the entire day. Are you
It's fun.
Yeah, it looked fun from the few shots that YouTube preview allows me to watch. Are you people here a subscriber of Zaku as I am? Yeah, I am a subscriber of Zaku.
Thank you. Anyone who's a subscriber. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. Get a real
Yeah,
budget.
Sungdong actually like well, how did the conversation start? I don't know. I asked him about something else, I think, and then he asked me, he's like, hey, did you see my new music video? And it had like just come out like the day before or something. And I said, oh yeah. I'd seen that it was posted, but I hadn't watched it yet. And he asked me like, oh, would you want to do like a reaction video or something to it? Because I had like just shared it on my Facebook page. I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And he said, well, how much would you want to do a reaction video of it? And it's like, oh, you don't need, because we're friends. So like I was like, you don't need to pay me anything. It's like, oh no, because the song will get a copyright claim, so you won't make any money off the video. So I'll just pay you instead. It's like, oh, still you don't really need to because we're just friends. So
Yeah.
like,
It doesn't have to be a monetary exchange to show to show gratitude. Like, it could be just a kind comment in the comment section that is pinned. So, yeah,
he did do that. I haven't checked it, but I saw the notification that he commented something on the video. I'll go and check that out. I think he just basically said thanks or something. I hopped on his live stream earlier.
Yeah.
So I know that at the time when I posted it, he couldn't watch it right away because he was like just getting ready to live stream.
Ah,
But I hopped on his live stream and he said thank you.
that's nice.
If he lives up in Seoul, and I live on the south side, like the farthest end from Seoul, and he keeps telling me, or keeps asking me to come to Seoul to hang out or to collaborate on something, whatever. But I don't want to go there because of COVID.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah.
I was just about to say how like the restriction, like it's been terrible there. Like I'm sorry if anybody's sensitive to this stuff, but it just popped up. But yeah, it's terrible there from the news I've been hearing here.
I mean, comparable to other places, I think it's been like pretty good for the most part. But it's not, yeah, it's not good. But I mean, like, I think it's a lot better than other places. I think they're handling it, especially like early on, they handled it super well. Like now, they're just kind of having trouble because I think like with everywhere else in the world, people are just tired of it at this point. But it's not done yet, so like it's kind of hard to finally be done with it because people aren't doing what they need to do. But
That and the Greek letters being cursed to bear the name of the variants. And as we
anyway,
all know, the Delta variant is just rampant. So we gotta keep it up, man. We gotta keep it up until this entire situation boils over. So yeah. Another dark humor opportunity for us Gunpla builders, am I right?
well, certainly the whole pandemic has been very good for Bandai and anyone who's in the business of selling health kits.
Yep, because everybody's just trapped at home, so any tools, model kits, they're gonna earn that big buck there.
But I was gonna say that if I were actually able to go to Seoul, I would have told him to just buy me dinner or something like that in exchange for making the video, but I can't. But he said during his live stream today, when I hopped on there, I told him to just come here instead because I live kind of not in the country, but in like a small city.
Yeah.
It's much safer than Seoul anyway. I told him just come here. He said he would, so we'll see. Maybe he'll buy some beers or something.
Yeah, looking forward to that collaboration.
Yeah, hopefully we can collaborate on something at that time when he's coming though. I think I'm gonna be maybe not maybe out. Oh, let's see, September. No, I'll still be here. I think at the end of September, I believe I have to move out of this studio, and then I need to work out from home for like 2 months. So it's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, when he's coming, I'll still be here. So if he is in fact coming.
You'll still be in the general vicinity, so that's
Hmm.
not too big of a faff.
Yeah, my home is just like across the street from my office here, so it's
That's
not
nice.
far at all. Yeah,
I'm
it's
just, I'm
just
just, I'm
around
just,
the block.
yeah. Working from 12 to 20, I am still working in my room with a little booth. So hopefully after I immigrate, where I may possibly get a larger room, I would actually have a proper setup. So yeah, let's hope that that happens. Well, the immigration thing is definitely gonna happen, but whether or not the setup would be improved, would it be just, I don't know, freshened up a little bit, or maybe even look more professional? I don't know. Still hard to tell, even given that I may have a chance of having a bigger room. Like, apartments here are just like cramped.
Mm-hmm. In Hong Kong?
Yep. And
Yeah,
yeah,
as I heard.
yeah. My current, like, the apartment I'm living in right now is as old as I am.
Which
And
area are you in?
new.
Or I don't know if you don't want to say, but
Well, I could say, but I'm not gonna divulge specifically. Like the
yeah,
three large regions of Hong Kong. Like, I live in a
yeah.
new territory, so it's up
Oh, okay.
north.
Uh-huh.
It's north compared to the other places, and
It's like north of Kowloon.
yeah, north of Kowloon. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, I spent. I've been there just for like a week, because I haven't spent a whole lot of time there. Only a week or so. Maybe 9 days or something. When was that? Probably like 10 years ago.
What?
A long time ago.
Well, when I was
And
primary 5, yeah, cool.
and probably my favorite thing, like, I didn't really like I don't remember what you call it. There's like there's like Kowloon, and like across the water is like actual like Hong Kong
Hong Kong
city, right?
Island, yeah, Hong Kong Island.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Pretty, at least in my experience, pretty boring there. It wasn't that exciting.
The
It was
main
just
thing
kind of,
there is either Victoria Park, the
yeah,
Convention and Exhibition Center, or just a gigantic street with Sogo on it.
yeah, yeah. It was just kind of like just big buildings and stuff.
Yeah,
So
Hong
it
Kong
wasn't
Island.
near
Hong Kong
thing.
Island is rather boring for the tourists,
Mm,
unless you're
mm,
going up to the peak,
yeah, oh
which
yeah, that was nice. Yeah, of course, like taking the
taking the
cable car or
tram.
whatever up there.
Yeah, taking the
Yeah,
tram. Yeah.
yeah, that was cool. My favorite part though was going to like some of like the smaller islands, just around there. We took like a boat
Also, the
to
outer islands. Yeah, the outer lying
mhm,
islands. Yeah.
yeah, a couple of smaller islands. Those are really nice.
Yeah, those are really nice as well.
Mm. We spent a day hiking. I definitely don't remember the name of the mountain, but I remember it was like a mountain to the east of Kowloon, in that area.
I don't
And
think have been in that vicinity yet.
mm, my friend and I, we, for whatever reason, forgot to like take any water. So we were hiking, and this was in the summertime, so it was pretty hot.
You're gonna be dry
And like,
fish by the end of that.
yeah, all we had, well, we did, wait, I should clarify, we did have some water. We had like half a water bottle between the two of us.
Oh no.
And I don't know if we were just like expecting to be able to buy water somewhere around there, but like at where we got off the bus, it was like we got off the bus and then it's the trail. And there's like nothing around there.
There's nothing apart from emergency stations.
So
I don't think they have those back then, but yeah.
there was like nothing. So we just had to hike, and like it sucked, but like we didn't die obviously. And then like when we were coming down on the other side, like 4 hours later, then like halfway down the mountain there was like a little restaurant kind of place where they had like some basic food. People were eating like ramen type noodle kind of stuff.
So probably rice noodles or
Yeah.
vermicelli or something like that.
And I think like they had some water there luckily, but that was it. And there was a load of monkeys around there.
Oh,
around
really?
like the restaurant.
Oh, I think I may know what like where you're talking about because that place is
Yeah.
infamous for having monkey thefts.
Uh, could be. Yeah. And like where we were at that time, like I said, we were halfway down the other side, and where that like restaurant was an area that you could actually drive to. So it was like where the trail kind of meets with just like a road on the mountain. So like the lower half of the way down was just like on a road going down. And so like it was like the top of the road. So there was like cars there. People had driven up like to the restaurant.
Yeah.
And there was just people like just around taking pictures of the monkeys and stuff. And like, yeah, the monkeys were going around like terrorizing the people.
Yeah.
Stealing stuff.
As much as I expected. Yeah.
So it sucked, but it was a good hike.
Yep. Good
And
hike.
there was dudes like I think paragliding is what it's called, right? Off the top, off like near the peak,
Oh,
where they like
that's fun.
have the it's kind of like a I don't know like a motorized chair with a parachute on it, you know?
Yeah.
Paragliding, that's right. Is that what it's called?
Probably. Like Hong Kong isn't really known for teaching these terms in English.
Yes. And there was this like British family, and the and like mom and like one or two kids, and there was like this was at the peak there. They're like sitting down, and the dad just came over, and was like, "Come on, lazies!" It's like yelling at them to get up. They're just like, super tired. So
The
we just had a
Zaku
laugh
monkeys
at
on,
that.
I think, crossbow. He's taking the piss. New type monkeys. Yeah, I've heard Crossbone having new type monkeys. Yeah, I've heard the rumors. Probably those were new types that attacked you.
They were very ugly, but interesting. I got a couple of photos, and that's all.
Yeah.
We were so tired and like just dehydrated at that point. Like it wasn't very exciting. We were just like, "Oh, that's cool. Let's go."
Thank God it's over. Now we can get hydrated again.
Yeah. Would have had been pretty interesting. Oh, and we were there at no, yeah, that's right. We were there at Chinese New Year time. So why was it so hot? Yeah, that's
Lunar,
strange.
it should be like February or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And especially
So
the weather 10 years ago, it shouldn't have been as hot as it is now.
yeah, that's strange. So why was it so hot? I don't remember. Maybe it was just hot just because we were just hiking. Because it was sunny. It was like, yeah, unusually. Maybe that's why we didn't take more water because like we expected it to be like kind of cool and just not that hot. But it's like it was a very sunny day, and just because we were hiking, we just felt really hot. But yeah, it must have been like February.
Yeah, Chinese New Year is often in February. In rare cases in January. But either way, it should have been cold then.
At any rate, it was not that cold at that particular time. Because
Probably
yeah,
it's just that
like,
particular region that wasn't. That
and,
was.
well, like most of the entire time we were there, I don't remember it really being that cold. I think it was like cold at night, but mostly it was kind of okay.
Yeah, usually during the transition seasons, like it's usually desert types of weather. It's often quite warm or even hot during the day, and it's just gonna be freezing cold during the night.
But the I gotta say the New Year's parade was very disappointing. It was not cool at all.
It's just them
So we were
bashing drums and cymbals with the lions, with the dancing lions and stuff.
Yeah, and I don't know if like this particular year if they had some trouble with it because it really did seem like there was like a problem that it wasn't supposed to be like that because it's like a big city, you know, and it's a big holiday, so I think the parade would be pretty well sorted out. But there would be like one like band or float or whatever would come along, and then there'd be like a 5 minute gap of nothing for a long time before the next one came along. So
It's
it was
probably
super
for
long and boring.
it's probably for the tourists or whoever is there to take photos with the food dogs.
I don't know. It, as far as I know, it was like the main parade of the holiday, but the fireworks were cool. The fireworks part was
definitely
really
cool.
nice.
Yeah, the
Mm,
fireworks over Victoria Harbor. Yeah.
yeah, that part was good. Yeah, we were like just watching the parade, and we were like about to just like go back to the hotel. So we were like, it's just kind of boring.
Yeah.
My friend and I. Probably one of the most fun things that we did there too was like the bus tour. We're on like one of the double decker buses. You sit on the top. It's like open up.
Oh, so the tour buses. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I've
It
seen
was
those
quite
going
fun
around.
actually. Hmm.
I have yet to try that one out myself. Like
Yeah, if you're
I've seen them going around a lot, and yet I haven't tried it myself.
if you live there, I would imagine it's not as exciting. But
It's not necessary, but
if
still,
anyone going there to just to visit, I would highly recommend it. You may think it's kind of like cheesy, touristy, but it was really cool actually, and a great way to just get around and just like see a lot of the city in a short amount of time, right?
yeah,
It's one of those where you can like get on and off at different points as well. So it's just like a all day kind of pass kind of thing.
yeah. Oh, by the way,
So
Red
if you want,
Rock, you mentioned new type dolphins. Gundam X has new type dolphins for your information.
hmm. I've been wanting to rewatch Gundam X at some point. I haven't seen it since I was a kid, since I was young, and so I have fond memories. But I'm curious as to how well it actually holds up if I were to rewatch it now.
It doesn't necessarily I don't know if it's because of my autism or something. I don't really understand what was going on there. It just all seems kind of nonsensical, and of course they have their reasons for being rushed at the end because it was supposed to be longer than what it is now. But the plan just fell through, so that's why they've rushed it at the end, and it had an anticlimactic end, which I'm not really that fond of. So, bummer.
Yeah, I just kind of vaguely remember certain aspects of it and everything, and
Well, all I remember is the
mm,
Megasonic cannon or the satellite cannon from
mm,
the respective Gundams. I don't
I
remember all that much.
I have a very like vivid memory of the battle with the Vertigo. That was super cool,
Yeah, that
and
was
so I've
cool.
always
And
wanted a kit of that.
oh yeah, the Vertigo. It should be. It has to be a kit. Like it's so odd and weird. Like
Sure, eventually it'll get a HGUC release probably.
uh, after war.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
well,
after war.
yeah, in
Yeah,
the HG
in the as a
not
sub line,
UC
as a
line.
sub series. But
Yeah, yeah.
given the time that we are now, like we're certainly not the first ones to point out that it's one hell of a time to be a Gundam X fan, seeing as they did all the Gundam X variants, including the Double X. They did all the Airmaster variants. They have a build version of the Leopard or Leopard, but yet they still don't have an official release for the vanilla Leopard. Like, how disappointing is that?
MGX divider. Very strange.
MGX Divider is gonna be P Bandai, I bet your ass.
Yeah, 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 of course, but it's just strange that they haven't actually done it yet.
Yeah,
So,
it's just simple parts. It's just a swap of a backpack and giving it a new machine gun and stuff. One hell of a time to be a Gundam X fan, so Vertigo is probably slim. They did
we'll
the
see.
Gundam X
Yeah.
Unit 3, so it's kind of weird
Yeah.
that they didn't follow up with anything.
Mm. We'll see.
Yeah.
That like the HG UC or yeah, again in this case not technically UC, but those releases are so random. You just never know. There's
The
no way to
sublines are
predict.
often random.
Yeah.
Like they don't necessarily do it without setting something up recently. Like take a look at the Death Army, for example.
Yeah, we haven't got any announcement as to what like the next grunt suit HG kit is gonna be. Right? Or
Yeah.
there was the L Dagger, that's the most recent one, I guess.
Yeah, the Dagger L. It's a very outstanding kit. Like that's one I'd absolutely recommend to anybody. I'll watch my when I get home. Okay, thank you PR4. One of the audience members just popped back from the gym. So good on him having a healthy lifestyle. But anyways, like they don't necessarily do any alternate universe releases without setting anything up. Like the Death Army is to set up the Eldora Brute, and retroactively the Death Beast, and the what is it? The Wyndham is to set up for the Eldora Wyndham. Like there's always something that came after it.
Well, true. What about the what's it? The other one from Wing.
The Maganac.
Yeah.
That wasn't at the time where they have to pave the way for something they're gonna release afterwards. But I suppose the 36 set is what they were paving the way for, and the custom variants.
I mean, it came out after the Leo, and I mean, like, I think you make a good point about them setting it up for something else, because the Leo did that.
The Leo set up the non-player diver.
Yeah. So the Meganac's just kind of an odd exception to that, basically.
Probably just to cash in on the Gundam Wing success, like the nostalgia of it.
And they've been doing like the lead suits, so making their way.
And the Shenlong is still miles away from getting one.
Yeah, I would bet maybe not everything that I own, but I would bet a pretty good amount of money that we'll get an HD Shenlong next year.
Next year, yeah, seeing the trend, but looking at the Live Lance Heaven, I am gonna bet quite a bit, like not literally, but yeah, I'm gonna bet quite a bit that the Death Scythe Hell is gonna be coming first, especially after we get our hands on the kit that it labels, it has labels saying Death Scythe Hell.
With the that new battle log kit coming out, you mean?
Yeah, the negative, like the photo negative version of the Death Scythe Hell, the Live Lance Heaven, which is still a rather weird name. Like it doesn't roll off the tongue. Oh, yeah, I'm already building the chest. Yeah.
Although just because we get a kit that's almost the source kit, it could be a while till they actually get around to that, because with like the Arg Yaga, it took them like, what was it, like 3 years or something before they made the Arg Jarja.
Oh, that's a good example of what is gonna happen. Yeah.
And the Momo Kapul is an example where the runner is labeled Kapul, and we still don't have any HD.
Oh, really?
Kapul.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's labeled Kapul. Oh, I have yet to check that out. Like the only one I see is the God of Fortune version, or the Zaishin version, labeled on the box. But yeah, it's kind of weird that we didn't have a high grade correct century Kapul already. Which, by the way, I'm gonna tease you guys a little bit, because next April Fools, I've already busted myself, haven't I? I'm gonna be doing something that's related to the correct century, so I'm not gonna be revealing anything here, but just know that it's gonna be an April Fool's joke, and by the time you may have forgotten about this already by then, but keep your eyes peeled for that video. I have been watching Turn A recently, and there's this one suit that I want to take the Michael out of very, very much, especially with what they're releasing in December.
I'm still getting people complaining about my past April Fool's video.
Oh yeah, because the Exia Massacre 2.0, yeah.
There was a dude commented the other day. What did he say? Something like, "Oh, this video." Basically, I can't remember exactly what he said, but his point was like, for people who watch the video like months later, they're just gonna be disappointed because they don't realize that it was uploaded on April 1st. Like, dude, relax.
Yeah.
If you saw my video and saw that I talked about an announcement and then like search it online and don't find anything else about it, then that should be a good hint that maybe it's not actually true.
I was caught twice by the same joke. From another friend, of course. But
I'd seen another guy was just mentioning I'd seen it as like a random thread on Facebook. Some people were talking about something else, and someone mentioned about the MG Atlas coming out, and like I saw someone else had already commented before I could get to it. Was like, dude, that was just an April Fool's joke. So I mean, like, yeah, people are still fooled by that now, months later.
Funny thing, I have had some people in my own streams talk about the Master Grade Exia 2.0 that you made up, and they still haven't saw through it. They were commenting like, oh, when is the Master Grade Exia 2.0 or some sorts like that. They still haven't seen through it, and I had to clarify on your behalf that it is only just an April Fool's joke, and they were completely baffled by that. Like
Maybe it was the same guy then who then came to my comments on that video and
perhaps,
sad.
but I can't necessarily confirm that. But yeah, I let my guard down when I saw Exia version 2.0. Easily fooled. Oh, but yeah. By the way, this kit I bought it from my local store. Who was it? Oh, Poi Desu. Yeah, I bought it from my local store. Thank God they didn't have to suffer. This kid doesn't have to suffer the same fate as Nightingale. Probably some, like, thanks to some part, like today is not a weekend, so it was still in working hours, so that's why I got the kit. I don't know, but the Nightingale was evaporated immediately when it was first came out. MG should make a top 5 favorite Gundam kits. Eventually. I'll see to it in 2022. And there's this funny thing that I would love to share with you, Zach. Like there was one person in my chat asking when are we gonna get the a high grade Universal Century version of the TR6 inlay. Like, do you know what that is from Advanced Zeta?
I don't know. They released the
1:400 something
set.
scale resin kit. Yeah, I know.
Well, there's that one, but they released that 6 set of the Khar, which was an interesting release and kind of made you wonder. It kind of made you go, But
are they setting up for the inlay? I wonder.
Yeah, but I highly doubt it. It's just too big. Yeah.
Like, if you're wondering how big, and that also goes for you, Zach, I have done the math. According to, like, utilizing the 1:400 and whatever scale that is to do the math. So, to save you the complicated maths, the final product of a 1:144 scale high-grade TR6 inlay is going to be 2 meters tall. So wrap your head around that.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
It's large. You need a freaking garage to be able to store it, let alone mess around with it. Like the Kahar, it's mainly just tossed out there because they could. So I don't think it's setting up for anything, because honestly the inlay mobile armor is just going to be the death of everything, because of course it's the Black Rabbit of Death. So yeah.
No.
We never know. Of course, there's gonna be one day they release a 1:100 Barflesia, because they have the basic concept of it in the P Bandai version of the Master Grade F91 2.0. So yeah, perhaps something ridiculous would happen in the following decade. Who knows?
And I could decide to do it. You just never know.
Yeah, we just never know. But seeing
people
as
will
they
buy it either way. I mean, that's the thing. It's like it
Yep,
would be crazy,
definitely.
but people will buy it. So
crazy people, like Hong Kongers obviously could not have that large of a kit, but those of you who live in houses, put it in your garage, put it in your backyard, whatever. Just have this gigantic black rabbit intimidate whoever is visiting you. That's my advice if they ever decide to do a black rabbit of inlay release. But seeing as they have already moved on to reboots, I highly doubt that's going to be the case.
at least I have the resin kit that maybe someday I'll paint.
Yeah.
And the good thing about that is that at least like just the kit itself unbuilt doesn't take up a lot of space. It's like if they were to make a 1/44 scale like plastic kit version, I mean just the box, it would be gigantic even if you didn't build it and like just kept it around. At least with the resin kit, if you're not building it, at least it doesn't take up a lot of space, so that's good.
It's only almost as tall as the Neo Xeon, so yeah, I get it. It's like 10 centimeters shorter than it, like something like that.
The 1/400 scale version,
Yeah,
I don't remember offhand
I
exactly
remember
how
it's like
big.
70 something centimeters tall, including the stand. So
It's
yeah,
large, yeah.
yeah, it's large, but
But
not
yeah, strangely enough,
ridiculous.
doesn't have like that many like really big pieces. So like the way that the parts are broken down is pretty convenient. You don't have like super huge pieces. It's
Yeah,
good. Except for the uh long metal rod that it includes to actually get it to
to prop it
be
up.
on the
Yeah,
stand. And the stand, which is like a dumbbell. It's just like it's not a dumbbell, sorry, like a weight from like a weight set, like that you would lift at the gym.
yeah, it's
That's
called a
what the
dumbbell. Yeah, those are dumbbells.
okay.
So yeah, you
That's
could, yeah, for,
that's what's in the base. Quite interesting.
yep,
I was surprised to see that opening up the box.
yeah.
It's gonna be cool.
But if
The
it's, well, oh yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
I was just gonna say my only like the only way that I convinced myself to buy it was just that I'll buy it and build it and then sell it to at least just make the money back because I just want to build it basically. I don't really care that much about actually like having it. So
Yeah,
that's what I actually need to get around to doing in order to recoup that money. But
yeah,
someday at least I'll have it. So
yep.
eventually I'll get around to it.
At least it has been immortalized by the videos you made.
I did an unboxing video, so yeah, I
Yeah,
suppose I
it's
can make a portion of the
immortalized
money
for
back
sure.
already.
It's immortalized for sure.
Yeah. But I've had one or two people uh, that I've talked to that said that they would be interested in buying it. So like I'm sure like once I do eventually build it and paint it, I won't have any trouble selling it. It's just a matter of
When?
getting around to doing that, yeah.
Yep.
I think I'm just not looking forward to that much masking because I hate masking and there's just going to be a ton of masking required for that.
It's just tedious.
Very,
Nothing much.
very.
Easy and but tedious. Eve asks, "Can we ask Zaku what would his criteria for a GM contest be?" Take it
Criteria for a
away.
gym contest?
Yeah, take it away.
Uh, no, I mean, it would be probably just that the kit that you're using starts with the gym or RGM in like it's like identification number. And aside from that, I mean, basically like just GBWC rules, which is basically you can do whatever you want. There's not really anything that you can't do. I mean, I don't really know how else I could describe it, but yeah, just making some cool custom based
Yeah.
on a gym kit.
Yep. So TLDR, if you weren't listening, basically RGM or GM and then Gunplay's freedom. Just toss that meme out there whenever you can. Yeah, basically that's it.
I did a Zaku contest before, so I mean, like if you saw when I did that contest, it's just the same thing, just with gyms instead. So
Yeah.
pretty simple, nothing too like complicated about the how that would be set up. But yeah, I don't know when that will be, but that will be a contest at some point, probably sometime next year.
Yep.
There you go. Don't think I'll fit that in by the end of this year.
Yeah.
The next contest will be very fun. And let's see, is there any gyms that you could do? I haven't decided on what the deadline is going to be, but depending on when we set the deadline, there is possibly a gym kit that you could use in the next contest if you want to paint a gym kit, but quite specific ones, so I would just wait until the announcement for that.
Yep. So as far as announcement goes, that's the information you have. S
Man,
how's your
the
how's
orange,
your Metal Men going?
yeah, the orange stickers on the chest are kind of obnoxious.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I brought up the sticker sheet. So anybody who is interested, yeah, these are I think peel off decals. Fortunately, not water slides. It's not immersion car. Live with it. But you do also have some sensor stickers, and like, funny thing is, not all the sensors are molded in clear green, so I can't completely rely on UV to bring those out. But since I'm not painting, not well, the contrary of that. Since I'm painting it, I'm not gonna be using the stickers or the decals. So eventually it'll be decked out. But as of this like review, I'm not gonna be painting it. I'm not gonna be putting on the sticker. Oh my god, I'm so flustered. I apologize to everybody. Hoping for Massacre Lupus Rex, dreaming out PG Lupus Rex. They haven't even got to a basic Barbatos in a 1/60th scale, so probably another decade or two, yeah. And everybody's talking about the real grade high new, like because it's not the release is nigh, so yeah, we could probably talk about that, like the real grade high new.
I just want to say that as far as the Barbatos goes, I don't know what they'll do next. I like when the 100 came out and like just when the series was still going and like everyone was saying they wanted an MG, and like then they made the 100 scale kit, and I just thought, well, they just made this 100 scale kit. They're not going to make a master grade for probably a couple of years. So I was very surprised and
Yep,
proven wrong
you had to eat
about
your
how
words.
fast, yeah, how fast they came out with a master grade of that. I was not expecting one that soon. So, uh, because of that, where normally I would say, like, if someone said I wanted an RG Barbatos or a PG Barbatos, I would like immediately my reaction would be like, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But because I was wrong on the MG, I think maybe I just kind of underestimate how popular the Barbatos is in Japan, especially because I know outside of Japan, I know a lot of people like it, but I don't know really how popular it is in Japan. But it must be popular enough
Yep.
that they got to work on the master grade real fast. So I think it could be a really nice RG, and I think a PG is not completely out of the question for that. So I think it is very possible to happen at some point.
And it is a
I
very good opportunity for them to reuse the Aurora luminescence technology for the power buttons of the Barbatos.
hmm Yeah. I will say though, for the next MG from the line, I would bet that it will not be a Barbatos variant, but it'll be one of the other suits.
I've
I don't have any inside information about that necessarily.
I've heard somewhere that Bandai have held a poll asking about what the next IBO Massacre should be, and from what I've heard, take this with a grain of salt, but from what I've heard, the Flower Swan. And
really
let's see how long they will sweep that under the rug. So far, we have the Massacre G Cell version Ka that won many years ago, might I add, and that still hasn't come into fruition. So let's see how long they will sweep that under the rug. Same thing goes for the real great Epion.
Yeah, I would not expect a real grade Epion, but I mean the real grade line is like also a little bit all over the place in their releases. So I mean it definitely could happen, but I just find that to be a little bit too random.
No, like it will happen if Bandai decides that they would go for it, because like if you've seen Kakarot's video, there was another poll that was done to ask the Japanese community what the next Gundam Wing real grade should have been, and among many of the choices, including the main Gundams and some mobile dolls, the Epion came out on top by a long shot. But because of Bandai's bad rap sheet when it comes to polls, let's see how long before that would happen. So you should definitely expect it. Just don't expect it for any time frame whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I my my thought would be that I would just not. I mean, if we're talking like ever in the history of the world, ever, yeah, maybe. But I would not expect that anytime soon. But I
Yeah,
mean, I don't know.
I
They
don't know. They
do some weird shit sometimes. I don't know.
Yep.
Even I mean, like, pull aside, because I mean, we both know that the polls really don't mean all that much.
Yeah.
So it's not really.
It doesn't really have any substance to it.
Yeah, there's nothing really. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah. It's the same thing with. I mean, the G self Verka is an easy example, but I mean, like, it's just the most memorable example. But there's been plenty of polls where the poll winners have still
Not
not
yet
ever
seen.
been actually made.
It's
Yeah.
not ever seen the light. Yeah,
G self is the easy one that always comes up.
is the easiest one for me at least because I've only started to pay attention to Gunpla right around then.
Mm-hmm. I think not perfect grade, a master grade Verka, whether it's Verka or not, I don't really care, but a master grade G self would be nice, even though I'm not really that big into the design. I think it would make a nice master grade.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Because the high grade is just doesn't really do it any justice at all.
It's underwhelming, to be sure.
The perfect pack was okay.
Yeah, the perfect pack
because
was okay.
it at least was like more interesting.
Yeah, that and the GLs. We can't forget about that.
I didn't build that one, but it did look pretty cool. I liked the new head design on it.
It is one of the only edgy suits that was done justice in model kit form. Sure, they couldn't get the wine red correct 100%, but still, it still stands its ground.
The feet always looked kind of weird to me.
That's because they're remote control bits, which is a little bit out there, but you know what the Majin says. So
Eh.
I'm gonna take it for what it is.
Yes. Yes.
I want real great XL R4. Same. Damn, I really want that.
There's they've made a number. I'm just like speaking of the Exio. What was it that recent Dynamis?
The Dynamis Repair 3, and are you talking about the
No.
recent like metal build like
Yeah.
announcements? Yeah. Oh yeah, the Astria Type X Finsternus. Yeah.
Yeah, that too. I mean, just the Dynamis, that design itself. I would love a kit of that. That's
The
super
Dynamis,
cool.
it's most likely gonna be P-Band and Master Grade if they ever get to that. So
Mm.
yeah, the high grade Dynamis doesn't stand its ground at all, not in today's standards. So
Yeah.
perhaps they set it up using a real grade, but I doubt it. So most likely candidate would be the Master Grade.
Either way, I'd be happy with it.
Yep. Dynamis Repair 3 is definitely a good good design for them to go for.
There's what is it? There's a number of different designs that they've put out as like the metal builds and stuff from Double O and other series that would just make really great kits, and so it's really sad to see. The same thing with like the high resolution kits. The high resolution kits, if those would have just come out as just master grade, would have been so much nicer. But
With metal builds being the equivalent for Master Grade, Robot Damashis being the equivalent for 1/24 scale kits. Yeah. A lot of the Robot Damashis and metal builds, we can only crave for them to be made into plomo form. By the way, MJ, you never got an order for the Barzan reboot? I wanted to, but immediately they ran out. And there is a subscriber who wants to send me the Xeon captured version as a birthday present. Unfortunately, he fell ill and got admitted to the hospital. So, yep, it's a little bit unfortunate, but I will be getting the red one eventually. And since this week is gonna be the week that P Bandai stuff is shipped to Hong Kong and probably Seoul, am I right? Like they also go a month late in Seoul, in Korea in
Yeah,
general.
usually a month later than Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, so I will be getting the blue one to review for for and in the meantime, and I'm gonna be addressing the red differences whenever that comes around because I really don't want to be disrespectful and push because well the poor guy got admitted to the hospital, so yeah, we can only wait for his package to arrive. Originally, he wanted to coincide with my birthday, but yeah, he fell ill right at the last moment. So sad days, but eventually they'll be on the channel. What do you think will be the next 3.0? I don't really know that much about the master grade market, so I don't really have I don't have a concrete idea of what would be the next 3.0 master grade. But what do you think, Zach?
Well, if there's a god, it would be the Zaku too, but I don't know. But obviously, it would have to be something that already has a 2.0, so that already shortens the list to like 10 options.
Yeah.
And among those, I mean, like half of them have come out pretty recently. So it really only leaves you like with basically like the 1 year war Xeon mobile suits, like the Zaku 2, the Gelgoog, the Goof. And I mean, I don't think that the Gelgoog or the Goof obviously would really be worthwhile for making a 3.0. But the Zaku 2, I mean, obviously is like the main, like the OG antagonist suit. So like,
Zaku 2, yeah,
be.
Zaku 2 and countless different variants of it.
Yeah.
So there's two different reasons why they could make a Zaku 3.0 master grade.
Yeah. And the most important reason being that it would make me very happy, personally.
Yep. Well, you're still the Zaku of Zaku, so
Yes.
yeah.
Bandai needs to respect the name a little bit. Come
Yep.
on. And that's what's so crazy that like when it comes to like sponsoring content, Bandai doesn't do anything. They get so much free advertising.
Yeah.
Like shops sponsor
Reviews.
they're just like creators,
Yeah.
you know, content
Yeah,
creators and
content
stuff.
creators.
Yeah, shops do that, and they're already paying to get the products from Bandai. Bandai doesn't do anything, so they get so much free advertising. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, they can, so I guess why wouldn't you? Why would you pay someone when you have all these people doing it for free already? So
Yep. That's something to
yeah.
think about in retrospect.
And even like even creators within Japan. I mean,
Like
like you'd
like
think there would be like some really popular builders, even just like people on just Twitter or something like that. Bandai would just at least send like sample kits to.
yeah, giving them like a
But
premium early access or something like that.
yeah, but nothing. Nope.
Like the most recent example I can think of, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but the most recent example I could think of is the one time where Hobby Link Japan actually has an early copy of the Real Great Strike Freedom Gundam back then.
I don't know anything about that.
Like they have the kit earlier than Hong Kong has it.
I can say that when it comes to Bandai shipping out kits early, it's completely random, basically. When they send kits out early, like if they, as far as I know, it's basically like if they have the kit ready, like ahead of time, then they'll send out early. So like for shops, uh, usually everywhere in Japan has the kit before, like on release day. So like that's totally normal. But I mean, I'm talking like outside of Japan. So
Yeah, the
like in
weird
the
thing.
U.S.
Yeah, the weird thing is like a year ago, before the Saturnix happened, Hong Kong used to have their kits 2 days prior to the actual listed release date. So that's pretty weird. But of course, I understand that the model shop that I go to has ties to Bandai and Japan and all that, so they do have somewhat of special access. But then again, why stop now? Like, it's so
Yeah.
arbitrary that they stopped starting from the Saturnix and only being able to have the kits early, like every now and again.
They would have to. I mean, to get the kits early, or even like anywhere near the release date, they would have to have some sort of contract with Bandai. So yeah, smaller stores would have to get it through other larger stores. So the larger stores have to get it first, then send it out to the smaller stores. So yeah,
It's a whole lot of contracts in the middle.
yeah, and yeah, I mean, even to like stores for like stores to send out, because you would think like, well, I guess then this is also just kind of going back to the current Corona situation. I'll come back to that, but you would think that they would just like at least send out one or two kits like early to like a big store, obviously not just like any mom and pop store, but like if it's like a big store, like one of the biggest dealers in Hong Kong or in Korea or in America, or here in Korea and in Hong Kong, you have like actual Bandai actually operating there. You think they'd send like one or two to these bigger stores, just like for them to build and maybe they share photos of and have in their display case like ahead of time, so that like once the full shipment comes in, like they have a display piece of it
There
or something.
was one example that I could remember. It was the
Hmm.
Heine Western Plus, a Hybrid Cosmic Era Destiny Gundam. Like, I remember walking into a store when it was June, it was supposed to be a July release, and they have it on display. I was baffled as to why, and apparently, like, there is a lot of background jobs that like background events that happened that resulted in them getting the Heine Western Plus custom that early for their display. So, yeah, only now did I figure out why.
Was it like a pretty big store?
It's a chain in Hong Kong, so
Mm.
yeah, they have to.
Is it like a Bandai license?
It's not officially Bandai licensed, but it's still a pretty big chain across Hong Kong.
If they just had the one, my guess would be that I believe that kit released in Japan first, kind of like a P Bandai kit would. My guess would be is that they just ordered one from Japan and got it before like
No,
the
because the Cosmic Era Heine Western Plus Destiny is in a little bit of that a gray area. It's supposed to be a retail release, but
yeah, yeah,
limited run, so it's not
right, right,
necessarily P Bandai per se.
yeah.
So everybody got that kit in their collection starting from July until the supply runs out. So it's kind of weird that they have the Heine Western Plus Destiny 1 month earlier. But there could be some contrast in the background that I don't know of, and since it's just the Destiny Gundam that was released like 2 months before the Heine Western Plus version, so I think they just said sod it and just gifted them one just to have it in their display so that people know about that thing.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I have gotten something directly from Bandai before, but it was a set of the first series of what's that action figure line they're doing now? Universe, the Gundam Universe
So the first
figure.
batch.
Yeah, strange. I don't know why. I almost never review figures, and I do Gunpla. That's like what I do. And so they finally decide to reach out and want to send me figures to review. It's like, okay.
So, well,
But
it's a rather weird position to be in.
hmm, thank you? Question mark?
Yeah, question mark, because it's such an arbitrary decision on Bandai's part.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll
Sometimes,
see.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I hope, like, this is just nothing but a dream, but I hope they send me a Ghost Gundam. The Robotology Ghost Gundam. Yeah.
I think it's just that uh, they. I mean, well, so this is what I was gonna say earlier was that, especially these days, and how they don't need any extra help selling anything, and this is like, especially with COVID, they can't even keep up with demand already. So I mean, like, they don't need to spend any extra money or do anything to like try to promote the sales.
Yeah.
It's like the least most important thing for them at the moment.
Yeah. And especially with us in the equation, they would not need like to put in any extra effort to promote it to the worldwide community, let alone in Japan.
I wonder what other companies like don't do that. I guess it's just like once you're already like a really big established company, then you just probably don't need to do that. I guess it's
Has
usually
Kotobukiya,
like the
has Kotobukiya
hmm?
done that before?
uh not no, not that I know of. No, I don't know of any Japanese model company that sends stuff to influencers except for Awashima because they send stuff to me. But the I've gotten like a couple of kits from Awashima, not like everything, and they don't make like all that much. It's a quite small company, and the only reason kind of that I get stuff from Awashima is because USA Gundam Store sells stuff from Awashima, and we get the stuff in like USA Gundam Store doesn't get our Aoshima kits directly from Aoshima. It's through a different distributor in the US that distributes Aoshima's stuff. And anyway, so like through that distributor, I think basically like recommended me to Aoshima Japan for them to send stuff to me because it's easier than like him getting the stuff in America and like we get the stuff in America and then sending it back to me in Korea.
Yeah. No, there's no reason to take that detour.
Yeah. So if it was like if I or like anyone else like would have any hope like to get stuff directly from model kit companies,
Yeah.
uh I think probably the person to make that happen would probably be like the distributors. They're the ones that could tell the like Bandai or Kotobuki or whatever and be like, yo, send some stuff to or like send a kit every once in a while to this so and so person who's making reviews for you.
Yeah.
Noel, I saw the chat there. I don't know what he's talking about, but exactly what I'm mentioning. What about Frame Arms Girls? That's a good point. Kotobukiya should be sending me those because I'm like the only reviewer who reviews like Mecha Musume kits, basically,
Yeah.
like English especially. There's not many people who do Mecha Musume reviews.
Yeah. Touche.
Kotobukiya should be
Touche.
sending me those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get in touch, but maybe
Yeah.
someday.
Especially if like because the gunpla market in the UK isn't really that big. Like, from what I know, we only have Gundam based Paris, and only a few stores that sells anime stuff there. So yeah, if they actually like extend it to Europe and all that, yeah, I don't know. It's just me. It's just me randomly talking about how bad the availability of Gunpla is in the UK. But because
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't have access to the numbers, so I can't say for sure. But
yeah, me neither. But I do have like a few of my audience members have like are from the UK, and I did ask about the situation from them, and they say that it's massively worse when compared to Asia or America. Yeah. So
totally, it's just a matter of, I mean, just comes down to the numbers. There's just not as much sales there.
Yeah.
So if you live in Europe or like around there and you're wanting more availability of stuff, or especially if you want GBWC, because that's another thing people often complain about is that there's just no GBWC there outside of Italy and France. So like mostly people in the UK is people that I've heard of complaining about no GBWC.
Yeah.
The only way around that is just to uh, help Bandai sell more stuff in your country. So if you live there and you want more model kits and GBWC and more attention from Bandai in general, start introducing your friends to Gunpla.
By the time that I'm there, I'd probably be the one person from the like geologically from the UK to do that. But I don't know. Mecha Gaikosu lives in Ireland, so
I don't think he. Well, I don't know of anyone who communicates with him. I've never communicated with him. I've never seen him do collaborations with other YouTubers or anything like social in the Gunpla community.
he's just up on his own pedestal. That's it.
Yeah, so wouldn't hold out too much hope of him like having any sort of like local influence there in Ireland.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure
So
there's
it-
very few people in Ireland who watch his videos.
Yeah. Mostly down in pubs, drinking kegs of like Guinness or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so, I don't know. I have a couple of Irish friends who I've uh, got to know just from here living in Korea. And they're beautiful people. I
Yeah.
don't know. I love them.
It's usually just British dark humor that I'm into. I don't have any malicious intent towards anybody.
No,
So-
actually, like because of course, like when I was living and like growing up in America, I had very little exposure to non-Americans. So it's only like once I came here to live in Korea that I made friends with people from Ireland and England and South America and Australia, or not South America, South Africa, I should say. Basically, all the native English-speaking countries that send or people here to teach English.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like I have, like I think just personally, I vibe a lot more with Irish people than English people. Eh, People from England are just kind of like all over the map. There's some like really wild ones and some really chill ones. But the Irish people that I know, the Irish friends that I have, are all like mostly pretty chill, which is good for me.
Yeah. Somebody's asking whether or not you have your own Eclipse Gundam.
No, not yet.
Yeah, unfortunately. The supplies evaporated in Japan. What did you expect?
Yeah, I had it pre-ordered, and I think it's the same thing that happened with my Nightingale, which I also had pre-ordered, but I haven't got that yet either.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
regarding that, like if anybody who is in the chat wondering, if only I could find that post that they did. Like I remember them mentioning about when they would actually reprint the Nightingale and the Eclipse Gundam. And
Oh yeah, I think something about that. Yeah, in like September or something.
For the Nightingale is September and December, and for the Eclipse Gundam is going to be Halloween, October, and next January. So I'm going to be using that to take the piss out of in the introduction for my review. But just so you guys know, it's gonna be like you have at least 2 chances to get your hands on these very hit kits. It's mainly probably because Gundam Seed is like one of the top, if not the top, Gundam series in Japan. That's why the Eclipse is just gonna evaporate on their shelves.
Yeah, and it's just the new hot thing. I think Bandai is really taking advantage of Japan's love for exclusive items. So like obviously they've got P Bandai going, but
Of
they're
course.
doing it now like more often for even just standard release stuff, like the uh, Penelope and Cassie effects part set, for example, and like the DX sets of the Ava kits, like these one and done releases.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I mean doing that with a brand new master grade that is like a really crazy design, and Bandai doesn't make master grades very often, and yeah, like you said, Gundam Seed is super popular, so it's like all these variables going into there, so like especially in the Japanese market, like it's gonna be gone on completely unavailable.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not like the kind of thing like normally it's like any other thing in like a normal year. If it's a kit that comes out and like you don't like, if you're living outside Japan, I mean, if you're like in America, for example, and if you don't get it straight away and like your local store or like whatever your preferred online site, if they're already sold out of the kit, and if you really want to have it soon, you could just order it from Japan. But like what's happening now with these kits is that they're even hard to get like from ordering from Japan,
Yeah.
like with the Nightingale and with the Eclipse Gundam. So
This was unprecedented as far as I know.
yeah, I think like yeah, there's a lot of factors, and it kind of sucks, but I don't know. There's not really a lot that you can do about it, really.
Yeah. And taking a look at chat, if there's going to be obnoxious gunplay reviews that gets millions of views, that's probably the time model companies would directly send laughing my effing ass off. Probably, like, Mecha's just climbing the ladder as far as we know. And,
But
yeah. Gary says, do you see the announcement? P Bandai is letting Malaysia and Philippines order stuff through Shopee. The products will be shipped from Singapore P Bandai. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. Like, there's like this, like more availability of P Bandai for those living in Malaysia and Philippines. Probably retroactively to Singapore though, because Malaysia is just right next to Singapore. So I'm glad they're expanding their P Bandai branch to elsewhere.
makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. That sounds like there's certainly money to be made, and I'm sure that Bandai won't have any trouble selling stuff there. But it just seems like not a good time to do that because of how they just seem to be just kind of with that they're stretching themselves very thin.
Yeah.
They're already having so much trouble keeping up with the current demand. So like opening up certain products to more markets, that's just more customers to feed, and if they already can't feed their current customer base, like I don't know. It's a good idea, but a bad time, it seems like.
Yeah. Let's wait until everything boils over and that they can go back to full power.
I don't know. They need to they need to make a third factory, even though they just made the second factory. They need to make a third one already. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. And especially if they give a damn about the UK, then yeah, it's gonna be
At
hectic.
this point, I don't think they give that much damns about the UK yet. Like I said, I think Gunpla is just not popular enough there yet. There's certainly plenty of fans, but I mean, it's still it just doesn't compare to other
Let's hope I
countries.
have let's hope I have the power to make a change, because well, in 2 years at the very most, I'm gonna be there.
Hmm.
So one thing is me being selfish for the channel to work, but secondly, I'm just worried that I'm not going to be able to indulge as much as I am able to here in Hong Kong.
I'm sure you'll still be able to get the kit. It's just not as
Not as
fast.
early, yeah, not as early, not as readily available, and especially P Bandai's. That's going to be a big hassle.
That would be a pain.
Yeah,
Personally, if you're worried about how it will like affect the growth of your channel, I mean, I would maybe just you know look forward to, I mean, like look ahead to that and anticipating that, and just think about how you can make changes to your content ahead of time to work around that, not be so reliant on like if your main thing is reviewing like the newest kits like very soon after they release, and then you're not going to be able to do that, then you're going to have to figure out like how to kind of change gears to what you want to do with your content too.
Yeah, that's why I've been changing my style up,
Mm.
just so it has more value to, like, just so it has more lifetime on YouTube. But not gonna delve into that here because yeah, I'm fighting that on my own. But it's just something to think about, something to ponder. Hey,
Could be interesting.
welcome Herbert, welcome back. P-Banner circulation here is really nice. Being the Philippines, I got the Heisen Clay 2 for almost $60. 60 Philippines. How much is that? I don't know.
I'm
You
guessing he's talking like that's just like roughly translated to US dollars, I would imagine. I don't remember offhand the translation or like the conversion for Filipino pesos, but it's like 17 to 1 or something like that, like roughly for like US dollars.
right?
So if you're talking like 60 pesos, it would be like nothing. So definitely that 60 is definitely not in pesos.
Yeah,
That is
definitely not.
US dollars.
Probably in US dollars.
Yeah.
They wouldn't sell the they wouldn't sell the TR6 for that cheap. MJ, what part are you on? I'm on the shoulder armor. Like I got both the arms done. I am on the shoulder armor. How's your metalman going?
Have the torso and head, because the head is like part of the torso. The torso and the waist sections done on both of them. I'm building them at the same time, so
Yeah,
the body is done and working on the legs now.
nice.
Yes.
Didn't get hot. Yeah, please help me reach 4K. That's just something to throw out there because the chat mentioned it. Well, anyway, so far is the Eclipse build good? So far it's been good. Like part separation is definitely immense, and these stickers only cover for the sensors. If I don't need to mention that, the build is sturdy so far, but it's still too early to say anything. But here's the cockpit if you're interested. So yeah, the top panel flips up. Here's the cockpit, and there is Tatsumi Hori sat in there, probably just causing more trouble there. The shoulder is hey, Channel 2S, welcome. Second sound wave is on board, people. The shoulder design for this kit is so yeah, it's mostly to facilitate the if you want to talk about in car terms, the spoiler of the kit. Like, I see this as a spaceship, but most people think that it is kind of like one of those anime cars. And I can see the resemblance, but it's not etching that like impression into my mind. So, yeah, an unexpected guest. Yep. Damn, TR6 for a cent. My God. TR6 for a cent. That's a steal, if I've ever heard one.
Sounds like might be in one of those special shops in the Philippines where they specialize in the extra cheap Gunpla.
Most likely.
When I was visiting there, they took me to a store and like a shopping center there where it's just like all the bootleg kits and stuff.
Uh,
It's crazy.
yeah.
It's just weird to like after like having been in Japan and Korea and stuff where you like normal. I mean, like seeing a store like that full of model kits is not anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
But to see it just full of just all bootleg kits was so weird.
Oh my God. That is definitely a sight to behold. And by the way, Soundwave, if you're listening, Yeah, it is surprising how little strike frame this reuses, but it is also surprising how much freedom frame is reused. I haven't gotten to that part yet, as far as I know, but yeah, this kit does surprisingly reuse the Freedom 2.0 Master Grades frame. Surprisingly, so I don't know how that is gonna affect the build, but people have been warning me about the waist and the leg joints, so for those of you who want to warn me about that, it's noted with caution. So yeah, thank you for the heads up.
And I don't know, for like, are you planning on keeping it transformed? You were saying you had plans for like customizing it.
Until I get the until like firstly I get the color scheme painted on, that's one thing. The second thing is that I need to film the profile video for it, so a short introduction video for like probably 5 minutes maximum, and then I'll decide what to do with it. Probably I'm just gonna keep it transformed with some guns mounted onto the vacant hardpoints because, as you guys may know, the Eclipse Gundam does come with a various like a varying like what am I trying to say? Various adapters to incorporate compatibility between the striker packs. So, if you somehow do have the master grade versions of the sword and launcher striker, you can equip everything, including the shoulder armor. There are adapters for that. So, since I don't have that, nor would I be hunting down for that like endlessly, I'm just gonna leave the hardpoints vacant. And if I can find any guns that fit, I'm gonna plop it on there to enhance the warship like motif.
Right. Yeah, I personally don't care that much for the transformation, so I'll probably transform it once for the review and never again.
Yeah.
So the point is, I'm not that concerned about the stability of it because normally, even on the most fragile of kits, if you're only just ever going to be transforming it once, then you really don't need to worry that much about it. It's only if you're going to be transforming it back and forth and everything that I'd ever worry all that much about any kit's particular frame weakness.
Oh.
My recent.
Yep, it's interesting that they reuse the freedom frame. I'm just responding to chat.
Yeah, in my recent review of the RG Zeta, there's a few people that commented like, "Oh yeah," because I said basically like in the review saying that I didn't think it was as bad as people say. Basically, it's basically fine. And those
it's
people,
fine fresh, like it's only fine if it's fresh. Like that's the thing about the real grade Zeta. It's only fine if it's fresh.
Yes, that's what people were saying. So I am planning on doing like a follow-up video, like a month or so after. And
Yeah, until when the heat dies down, and just try it again.
Just to see like how well it still stands up. But anyway, it was. I'd have to go back and see like exactly what I said in the video, but as far as I can remember, I thought I made it pretty clear in the video that you really should only ever need to transform it once anyway, because it's like it's a model kit and not a action figure. So like if your goal is to get the kit and transform it back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, then yeah, you're gonna have problems with that. With even like the best transforming kits, if you keep transforming it back and forth, eventually something's gonna break down.
Yeah.
It's not made for that. It's made to be able to transform so that you can transform it if you want to, and then it's meant to be displayed, not played with.
If you have the box and are looking for basically non-stop transformation, and if you don't mind the tedious process, go for the metal robot Damashi. You may scrape the paint off the edges and maybe break a skirt or two along the way if you're careless, but that thing is so sturdy to the point that it's basically the opposite of what the real grade is. So it's perfect if you want to go for non-stop transformation, but just note that doesn't mean all issues are resolved. But if you're looking for a 1:144 scale like interpretation of the Zeta Gundam that you can use to just transform back and forth, then the Metal Robot Damashi is gonna be the only one to go for, because it does have a full transforming frame, but it's as solid as a rock. Like, I must say, too solid in some places, but there it is. Like, Red Rock, what news would you want me to ask Zach if they, like, what kind of news would you want me to ask from Zach? I forgot what to call it, what it means. Should I give my Neo-Philippines Gundam those farmer hats in the Philippines? Oh, the straw hats. Most likely. It depends on what you interpret as stereotypically Filipino. Mr. Don't, that's lame, just make a little Anna's master. Nah, it's pure combination culture. Bandai has still yet to make the Zeta that I 100% like. Yeah, every Zeta interpretation still has its flaws. So we can only keep our fingers crossed for something, for a miracle to happen from Bandai. Maybe, like, the only thing that they need to do to the Metal Robot Damashi Zeta Gundam is to loosen it up. Like, that's the only thing that they need to do that is going to be perfect.
As someone who doesn't really like the Zeta design in general all that much, I do actually quite like the HT Revive, because it's a really nice balance for like someone like me who just wants just a cool kind of simple kit that looks pretty good, because it does. But if like, I can imagine if I was like a really big Zeta fan, then I might care more about like it being fully transformable, or I might care more about it being more detailed. But since I don't really care that much about either of those aspects, honestly, the high grade works really well for me.
Yeah, I'm on your boat too.
I can always recommend that kit for people if
It's
there's fans of Zeta.
Yep. That's a very solid kit that still holds up to this day. Well, my copy isn't because of the allotting of the polycaps, but still, fundamentally, it's a serviceable kit. I mean, will there be more or no more news about what? About contests? About that stuff? Like, specifically, what do you want me to ask him of?
I have no news related to anything to share, if that makes it easier on you.
Yep, that
No news about anything.
that definitely clears it up. So yeah, no news about anything. It's just random chit chat. throw in whatever topics you want me to throw at Zach in the chat, so that we can have sort of a friendly, heated discussion about that.
I could tell you like what videos I have planned for like the rest of this week, for example, but I don't know if that really.
Well, unless I get the Eclipse Gundam done, then I'm gonna be just devoting tomorrow to finishing it, and then building the L Striker, then scripting the video, and then the day after, I'm gonna bust my ass, get the Eclipse Gundam done, throw it out there as soon as I can. So yeah, that's my plan. Don't have any other kits to review down the line. They haven't even got the specific schedule for the kits for September, so still waiting on that. Can't wait. Go ahead.
Well, not that close to being done. I still have probably a couple of days left, but I'm almost done with the custom RG Xiong kit that I'm working on.
That's nice.
Share that. It's I like halfway done with like the panel lining today, so tomorrow I'm hopefully gonna finish the panel lining and detail painting, and then just some decals, and it should be finished by the end of the week. But that'll be cool. I can tell you guys that it's all white, basically. Or it's like, well, all the armor anyway. It's like 4 shades of white, actually, but it's a white color scheme. Xiong.
That sounds nice. Looking forward to that. And I am, in terms of customs, of course, after the review is done, and depending on when I'm free because school is resuming soon, I'm going to be painting this into the standard color scheme that I use for the 3 constellations broken up from the Argo Navis. And I'm going to be painting my Gundam Barbatos and Gundam Bale into a Genshin reference. So Yeah. Nothing is stopping me from getting the Raiden Shogun, no matter in what form. I'm not letting RNG stop me.
I like 2S's comment there.
You
He's
guys
right.
do understand that Zax doesn't have magic insider knowledge about Bandai, right? Yeah, he clarified it, multiple times in the stream. Like, we only, he may be able to like, speculate more than I could, just judging from different angles and stuff. But he doesn't have magic insider knowledge. Like,
Usually. I mean, sometimes you can know about things before they come out, but being completely honest though, at the moment I have no idea about anything that's coming out. I do not know anything that you guys don't know.
yeah, so we are all in the same boat. It only depends on how we interpret it to grab whatever amount of information we could.
Interestingly, if you would have asked me that a year ago, I would have said that, yes, I've heard some very interesting things, but there's a couple things that I knew, like around, or like I had heard anyway, around this time a year ago that have still not yet come out, so interesting. So I guess that sort of means that I still know about something that could possibly maybe be coming out, but if it hasn't come out at this point, I don't know what's going on with it, so
Yeah.
kind of up in the air.
So, guys, acknowledge that point and yeah, stop asking for anything that he doesn't know. If you're gonna ask about the contest, go ahead. He's hosting alongside USA Gundam Store, but for anything regarding Gunpla, then nah. And let me take a look at chat, having been catching up. Can't wait for Gunpla Expo online so we can see all 10 retail kits we're getting next year. I have a feeling that is kind of like an ironic statement, but when would it be? When would it be held? Like,
I think it's usually November.
yeah. Yeah, last November we got that dump that still hasn't been cleared. I mean, the DOM 1.5 is still nowhere to be seen or heard of, but I don't know, they may be dumping an extra 10 or something like that in the upcoming November. Let's talk about Gundam Breaker Mobile Anniversary eventually. Then there's this one that told me to ask you about the striker packs on the Lacus Klein model. And by the way, who is it? Jugs Judy, I'm gonna get into that heated topic later on after this lighthearted banter, but let's take a look at where I sent that link, because I don't know if you have any idea what they are talking about, Lacus Klein with striker packs, but
Yes, I've seen the pictures on Facebook and stuff.
yeah, on Twitter, yeah.
Yeah.
Those just look ridiculous.
Yep. It's a pretty stupid custom on a pretty ugly kit, so I really could care less about that.
Yup.
Yeah.
Regardless
Yeah,
of what her role in the story is, that is just some ridiculous idea that somebody randomly thrown together and put them online just to piss people off. But yeah,
It's silly fun, whatever. I mean, it's just not interesting for me.
yeah, definitely not
Okay.
interesting. But if that means what is it? A mechanized Lacus Klein is more your thing, then you'll have all the parts to go ahead and customize to your heart's content.
I was actually kind of a little bit pissed because I really wanted to get that that weapons pack for it's for the dagger and
You
the
mean
windmill.
so you mean the
And
expansion pack? Also, okay, the double horn pack and the multi pack.
yes, I really wanted to get that set, but it sold out here before I could order it, so I wasn't actually able to get it.
Everything is always sold out in the first second that it is made available. Like, c'est la vie, but that's
Scalpers, man, they're on it.
Scalpers and bots. Those are the main culprits.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So sad. That's probably the other reason why I was so unimpressed seeing those Lacus builds or build whatever. Because I was just mad that I didn't have that set of gigantic missiles for my own kids.
Yep. The power of song and nukes available in your arsenal. That's the one thing you're pissed about not having. But being called a multi-pack, they never actually expanded on why. Like, the only purpose that is used for in Seed Destiny is to carry nukes.
I don't know. I've seen Gundam Seed, but I don't remember all that much about it. Like, I think I mentioned this, like, when the Windom came out. Like, when the Windom was announced, I didn't even, like, remember that it was a thing. So when it was announced, like, oh yeah, that something from Gundam Seed, right? So there's a lot that I don't remember, and I especially don't remember anything in great detail about Gundam Seed. And that said, there's a lot of people who really hate Gundam Seed. I'm definitely not one of those. I don't have any problem with Gundam Seed. I actually think it's that for the most part people are kind of too hard on it. I really don't think it's that bad.
Well, Seed Prime is definitely not that bad. Seed Prime is not that bad. Seed Destiny, though, don't even get me started. I don't want to have a heated argument about that.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like, even I watched Destiny. Like, whenever I watched Gundam Seed, I also watched Seed Destiny. I'm pretty sure, I don't remember exactly, but it must have been like basically right after one right after another. And I don't remember thinking that Destiny was that bad. I mean, I was younger at the time, and like, I don't know if I really would have had that much of a critical eye while watching. I think I was just enjoying the Gundams and whatever.
Well, it's mainly it's mainly about like, there's this one thing that people ask me to divulge, is like to ask you about your thoughts on Kira Yamato's plot armor. Like I said, I'm not gonna do that argument again. Like,
oh, I don't know. That also would fall into the category of I don't care at all because it's just a anime series.
Yep. There are
like,
people who are indifferent about that, but for people like me who care about story, I am definitely not one of those. So, at the end of the day, all I could say is to each their own. Like, yep, to each their own is the moral of the story. But, of course, I have my own arguments. Some people are indifferent. We can all respect that.
Yep. It's asking me about a plot device from a series, which, as I said, number one, I don't remember that well in general to be able to really like give an argument either way. So it obviously didn't bother me that much when I was watching it. And B, like I said, it's just a work of fiction, so I wouldn't be bothered by it either way.
I wish I could adopt your mindset, but I couldn't. I am very anal about how a story is written, so that's just who I am, I guess. And I gotta live with it. But I do respect people. But I will respect people who don't think much about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you don't like it, that's cool. Whatever.
Yeah, that.
But
argue away about the inconsistencies and plot holes in the chat. I'm not gonna divulge anymore. I want this to be a good time, not one that I just let out what I've already let out on stream multiple times over. So let's just keep this conversation fun. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's the internet.
Yeah.
Not like we're arguing about, like, if we wanted to get into talking about like Star Wars prequels or something, then I would have more of an opinion to share.
I never really caught up with Star Wars, and the first thing, like, apart from the Clone Wars, the first thing that I've watched is like the sequel, like the seventh episode, and that already left a bad impression on me. But whenever I do feel like it, I'm gonna check out the original three. So I've heard they're good and they have stood the test of time. So yeah, might as well whenever I feel like it.
I would recommend doing that like today or tomorrow.
Probably,
Very soon. I
probably
mean,
very soon,
to say
before
that
school
they,
resumes, as far as I know.
I mean, just there's just such classics. I mean, interestingly enough, I mean, I know you're not the only person that I've ever heard of who is like has not seen Star Wars, so it's not like that crazy of a thing. But my wife, my girlfriend at the time, had never seen Star Wars either. Of course, she had heard of it and she knew what it was, but I just think like uh, maybe it wasn't as popular here in Korea. I'm sure the prequels were when those came out, but especially the original ones were not popular. So I just think Star Wars was not very popular, like even at all in Korea until the prequels came out, basically.
Yeah,
So it wasn't like a thing for her.
yeah.
But so yeah, she saw Star Wars for the first time with me. I don't know, it would have been like 7 or 8 years ago now at this point, but uh, like it's so weird for me to think that people have never seen the original Star Wars. It's like
Yeah, well,
unimaginable.
it could be blamed on me growing up with animated Star Wars, so yeah.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. It's a generational thing. If you're born in kind of like an in-between generation, which sounds like you were.
Well, I technically count as Generation Z, so
Mm.
yeah. Still not yet Generation Alpha yet, but yeah. I still grew up with the animated Star Wars. I especially do kind of like the Clone Wars whenever it was shown on TV. So
Uh,
I should definitely try to get into what started it all.
yes, it's interesting to if you like look online about like what order people recommend you to watch the movies in. There's like a million different like theories about what's like the best order to watch the movies in.
It's either in release order or chronological order.
Yes, and but I mean like I've even seen people recommending other like just completely weird random orders for watching them like just because of like the way that the story unfolds, it can be kind of more interesting to watch them in a particular order or something.
Yeah,
But I don't know if I would recommend that. Yeah, I would probably just go with release order because that
that's
seems
the
to be
easiest. It's not
like
like the
the
MCU where you had to plan ahead. Like,
mm, yeah. Uh, but man, Star Wars, so good.
until Disney ruined it.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the new ones, I don't know. I also am kind of not that opinionated on those either, unfortunately.
I don't
They're
have any
definitely,
ground to stand on, so I'm gonna shut up on that front. But
mm,
yeah,
they're
I've heard.
definitely not anywhere near as good as the originals, of course. But if you ever expected them to be anywhere near the originals, then you're just going in with the wrong expectation from the beginning.
Never
There was
expected
no
that to
way that they
begin
were.
with.
Hmm?
Never expected them to match up to the originals to begin with.
Yeah. Obviously, there's no way.
Yeah,
But I think like they're for the most part basically fine as just
a
Star
movie
Wars
to shut
movies.
down your mind and take a break from reality.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if even I would even say it like that. I would just say that they're. I mean, like just fine. Uh, what do I want to say? Sci-fi movies. There you go. I couldn't think of the word.
Yeah.
Sci-fi movies. Yeah. It's kind of like a little bit similar to Turn A as a Gundam series. You kind of have to watch it as just an anime series and not a Gundam series
Yeah.
to really enjoy it. It's kind of the same like with the Star Wars sequel trilogy. If you're just watching it as just a sci-fi movie and not a Star Wars movie, then
It might be more bearable.
they're just fine. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
good for what they are. Then you don't need to compare it to anything else.
What bomb did I drop?
The fact that you haven't seen Star Wars, I guess.
Everybody expects me to see Star Wars. Like, everybody back in secondary school was either crazy about Star Wars or pop culture music that I have never given any attention to, never thought of doing that back then. My mind is just fixated on Gundam and Gundam alone.
Do you watch much other anime?
Well, I did see the titans of isekai, so like Konosuba, which is why I was able to make that reference in the Spinacia review, and I did also see ReZero. I haven't seen season 2 yet, but haven't gotten the time to get around to that yet. And I've seen Overlord all 3 seasons. The 3rd season's kind of boring, but it's kind of a setup, I think. And I did see Shield Hero. Shield Hero, like, I do have some inspiration from that, but so far it's one of the more enjoyable isekais. If you want to take things seriously, and of course, if you are a mech fan for like us, the entire community, and if you like isekai, then I would recommend you watch Knights and Magic. That is basically what if Gundam is isekai, and one of you have been isekai to that world. So, yeah. It's basically a perfect blend of isekai and mecha action until the main character gets OP. So, give it a watch. It's only 1 season, 13 episodes. It's pretty good for what it is, and you get to see some decent mecha action, and of course, resonate with the main character because he's one of the model builders in that respective world. And you would see a lot, and I mean a ton, of Gundam references. The main machine that I reviewed last December, I believe, the Ikaruga, has at least 3 or 4 in that. I can't really recall from the top of my head, but absolutely recommend it for any of us to go ahead and watch Knights and Magic if you haven't already.
That Motoroid kit, you mean?
Yeah, the Motoroid kit, yeah. The Ikaruga.
Yeah.
It's not the best kit per se because of bad handling and just a one leg issue, but the series that it came from, I would absolutely recommend everybody to go ahead and give it a watch because it's fun for an Easter egg hunt. It's enjoyable because you can resonate with the main character. He loves robots just as deeply as us, and the main story is pretty good as well.
Well, I don't watch any anime at all, so I've seen some in my life, but especially these days, I just don't ever watch anything. So
You just didn't have the time, do you?
yeah, right,
Yeah, it's just time.
exactly. And it's especially hard to watch anything in Japanese or just in any other foreign language because a lot of the times when I'm watching anything these days, I'm multitasking and like having it on while I'm working on something else. Basically like this, building a kit or something. And so it's hard to have something on where I need to read the subtitles.
Yeah, I get that.
kinda-
I get that. Oh yeah, by the way, Gary, the Ikaruga does have water slides sold separately, so I guess that's part of your complaint gone. So yeah, it does have water slides, but it's sold separately. I didn't even know that. They didn't even have that on their own page, not until it released, but still, water slides for Ikaruga.
One series though that I have been watching recently, and I've not finished yet, but I need to watch some more of it, is the Midnight Diner Tokyo Stories. It's not an anime; it's just a Japanese TV series on Netflix. But you said you don't have Netflix, so you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But if anybody else in the chat knows what I'm talking about, then, or if you have Netflix and you've not watched it, I would highly recommend it. It's super good. It's just a TV series about a midnight diner, about a diner that's opens at midnight, and so it's just like open late at night for people to go in like after working at night, working late or whatever.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Highly recommend it. If you can find it anywhere online, not on Netflix, I'm sure you can probably find it around somewhere. I would highly recommend you check it out.
It's very easy. Like, my dad usually can find that within a few hours.
Yeah, yeah, and it's a pretty like well-known series in Japan as far as I know, so I'm sure you could probably find it.
I'll give that a watch when I have the time. School's
Yeah,
starting
right.
up. Essays need to be written. So,
Mm.
I don't know. I still fear what's to come, but I'm ready to take on any challenge that is gonna be thrown onto me in the upcoming academic year.
Ah, yes. I basically didn't build anything. I mean, it was a different time, but yeah, while I was a student, I don't Gunpla wasn't a thing that I did until like right at the end of university. But that was because between my third and fourth year of university is when I first went to Japan. So like I bought a bunch of kits there um, and built those. But other than that, yeah, I didn't like build anything.
If it weren't for my brother introducing me to Gundam Age, then I wouldn't have been here. Like, there was this one time where I walked in on him watching Gundam Age, and I just sat down. Just, I forgot why I was so into this hobby, but I remember that one time when, like, how it all began. I walked in on my brother watching Gundam Age, sat down, watched it with him, thought nothing of it until my dad bought the H2, like the high grade H2, and I decided to give a hand, and here I am. Next thing I know, my brother has a Gundam X, and I have the H3 orbital, and I just fell in love with building model kits.
HGH is a good time to come in. Very good line of HG kits.
Very good line, like, and the plastic quality was just in a different plane of existence. I wouldn't say is a whole nother level. Like, I don't know how to judge, but it just feels different to like the more conventional kits that I've built.
They're very nice. I've only ever built HGAH kits. I don't know. 6, maybe? 5 or 6, I guess, something like that. Not a ton. Few, but yeah, they're great. There's a ton of them. So I mean, like, you may think, oh, 5 or 6, that's quite a lot, but out of a line that has like what 50 kits or something, it's not that much.
It's not that much, nor did they continue. Like, if you take a deeper dive into the wiki, you'll find out that all the age, like, all the age Gundams except for the FX have like just tons and tons of variants. Like, you'll be sat there all day trying to read and get what they're for. Like, they're only scratching the surface with what they've showed off in all the animated Age series. Like, especially Memory of Eden, when they kind of rewrote switch out elements for different elements in the beginning of the second arc. And I'm still surprised that they didn't do anything to celebrate Gundam Age's 10th anniversary. Like, that's just odd.
Yeah, I don't know. when it comes to like universities, anniversaries of stuff, there's, I mean, like sometimes they'll do stuff, but more often than not, they just don't really do that much for different anniversaries. So it's just kind of completely random, basically, is what it seemed like. But I'm sure there's a lot of number crunching that goes into it, just exactly how popular they think certain things will be, of course. And I know
Yeah,
that,
yeah. I think they really want us to forget about Gundam Age because it wasn't really that popular among the general community.
yeah, I know, especially outside of Japan, it's quite unpopular. But in Japan, I would imagine it's decently popular, but I'm sure just not as much as like Gundam Seed or Double O or whatever.
Yeah, they
It's,
they
it's
gave
probably on
Double
the
O, they
lower
gave
end.
Double O a mention. They gave Iron Blooded Orphans a mention. They didn't even bother to give Gundam Age even just a shout out of, oh, happy 10th anniversary or something like that.
Interesting, but yeah, some great kits, and not only the high grade kits, but the master grade kits are super nice as well.
The ones that they did put out, anyways.
Yes, that's true. Also, very limited, very different from the HG line, which had a ton of kits. Like you said, there's a lot they didn't make, but even still, I mean, they made a ton of HG kits.
They basically
Master grade,
made
yeah,
everything from the animated series, apart from the Age 1 Swordia. But the Master Grades, they have a cancelled Master Grade Age 3, cancelled Master Grade Age FX, and those are the two most infamous examples that I could think of. There's probably more out there I don't know about.
yeah, I would assume that there was other designs that didn't even make it to the prototype phase, but those are, yeah, uh, like easily memorable examples because they even had the prototypes
They had the resin
shown.
prototypes on there.
Hmm. But yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of designs that get planned out at least to some degree and then get abandoned. So I mean, I'm sure there's a lot that we don't know about.
Yeah. But it would have been interesting to see the Master Grade Age 3 though. Just to see the core block completely transform.
Yep. And it's one of those that you just kind of don't know if they'll ever revisit.
I don't
Because,
think they will. Like
yeah.
there is somebody, let me say, yeah, Cosmic Star like made a good point with level 5 who helped in making Gundam Age already close to disbanding. They may not be able to celebrate it. So I guess Gundam Age is just forever going to be abandoned, sadly.
Trying to think of any other example of another series that we basically haven't got anything new from for such a long time. And
Minus G Savior, of course. That's a name that shall not be spoken.
yeah. I'm talking like a full-on series, right?
G Reco. Yeah, the G well the G self is the main thing that really perplexes me because I remember them having the well, at least for the Robot Damashi line, they have the high torque pack and they have the tricky pack. Never got released.
Yeah. I don't pay that close attention to the Robot Damashi stuff, but I think I remember like when I heard some comment about that in the past, or like I think that's more common in Robot Damashi releases to like see prototypes and then they never get released. That's happened like a couple of times with Gunpla kits, like the Age FX, the Age 3 normal are a couple of examples. There's been other ones where we've seen stuff like line art for kits that never come out, but
The
it's not.
infamous planning board for the Re 100 line.
Yeah. Like it's pretty rare though, but like someone was telling me before that it's much more common with Robot Damashi stuff to see like plans or even like prototypes of stuff that never eventually ever comes out.
Yeah, but the G self itself, it's basically Universal Century's interpretation of the strike, so they could have abused that. So it's kind of weird to see them not even give the high torque and the tricky pack any consideration whatsoever. Let's let's not mention even like the G Arcane. The G Arcane, I don't think it has an adapter that makes it compatible with the Assault Pack, nor does it have any like merchandise of the full dress. Like you have the G Self Perfect Pack, which is the final battle version of the G Self. Why not the final battle version of the G Arcane? Like where the hell has that gone?
Yeah, I think that there's another thing that I've just heard, and I don't know if, any like concrete details about it, but I think just like the model kit production for that series was just severely nerfed because they just didn't have any confidence in selling that. So they made a couple of model kits of like the main mobile suits, but they didn't put any like serious investment into it, and it definitely shows in the model kits. I mean, if you've ever built any of them, you
Yeah,
can
I
tell that
did. I did.
they're pretty bad, comparable to what other HG kits were coming out at the same time. You
Every
can tell.
like the polycasts were just not stable. Articulation is subpar. Well,
Yeah, it's just
gimmicks are
ink lines
good,
all over the place.
decent. Let's say the Gion with the gigantic hands and stuff. But
Yeah.
overall, it's it's just gone to nothing. Like
Like cool, like, or like interesting gimmicks and interesting like details, just because they have to be, like, if they're going to be any sort of uh version of what they're supposed to be from the anime, then they have to have like, they have to like look like how it looks in the anime is what I mean. But then yeah, it's all like the quality, aside from just the forward appearance of it, is where it just falls off drastically.
yeah,
Like they look basically how they're supposed to look in raw plastic form, but the kits are just very weak compared to everything else that was coming out at the same time.
yeah, which is a shame. Like if only the structural integrity was better. Like
There are
in
a
my
couple
case, obviously.
that are pretty cool though, I will say.
Yeah, they are
Not,
pretty cool. The only thing that's hindering that is how they hold together. Like, even just from simple posing, they just pop out. Like, the polycaps of that time was just the worst.
I was just very disappointed with the seam placement on a lot of them, just because, and this is also just because of the designs. I think it would be very difficult to design the kits in a way to put the seams in places where they weren't running through all the details, because the designs are just detailed all over the place.
Yeah.
And it could have been done better, but it would have been a much larger investment on Bandai's part to try to work around planning the seam lines and everything a little bit better than what they did.
And they
Yeah,
were.
when you have a kit with like 15 seams, like all running right through a bunch of details, kind of, at least for me, it kills the motivation to put that much time and effort into fixing that on the design
I could
uh,
imagine.
kit that's just not that interesting.
Yeah.
Probably my favorite from the line would be the Gastema, actually. I didn't build all of them, so I can't say that, but of the ones that I built, like half the line, I think. Yeah, the Gastema is pretty cool. The Elf Bullock also pretty cool.
Took me a while to associate them to the mobile suits that they were, but yeah. They're pretty unique designs, I would attest. But I haven't built them myself, so that's one thing I cannot really resonate that strongly about. Even
The
worse.
Cat
Yeah, go ahead. I was just reading chat.
the Cat Sith was a pretty cool design, but it's just, then like looking at the kit just looks so ugly. It's one of those ones that I often like, or like when I see it, like either online or like at an actual like store, back when I used to be able to go to stores, like up in Seoul or in Tokyo or something, and like I always see it and think, ah, yeah, it's a really cool design, and then look on the side of the box, and see pictures of the actual model kit, and then I'm just reminded, like, oh yeah,
A
it's
really cool design that was horribly
kinda,
butchered.
yeah, kind of a junky looking model kit, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But of course, that's where your modeling prowess comes into play. Of course, you can dress it up, but it's just like, do I really want to put that much effort into the design? I don't like the design that much.
I have
Not,
to I have to take another look in order to understand, because G-Record wasn't really the most memorable of series because the story was just rushed and went nowhere.
yeah, I've not actually even finished it. I think I got to like episode 13 or 14 or something.
The only redeeming thing about G-Record is the art style. It's just beautiful.
Oh, yeah, totally. The animation is great.
Animation is great, but horrible story. Well, not necessarily horrible if you could see past what's there, but it's just very rushed, and it just couldn't convey what it wants to convey as effectively as, let's say, a 50 episode series. Like that series, if they want, like, 50 episodes would definitely help instead of the usual 25. They just have to cram everything into those 25 episodes.
Well, it certainly was not interesting enough to keep me hooked to actually finish watching it, so that should tell you something.
Yep. It's only my resolve of once I start, I have to finish. That got me through it. So that's another thing. It's just my resolve. And yeah, people are mentioning that that Bandai haven't reused the Lord of Stray frame that they've made for the Lord of Stray double remake.
That's only been out like a few months.
Yeah.
It's not been out long enough for them to really do anything else with that, I don't think.
Well, there's the Lord of Stray series, like
Yeah, and that's I
the stuff
think
from
that,
Princess of the Sky. So
yeah, it's possible they may at some point.
they
But
will.
it's,
They definitely
yeah,
no. That not that they will. They have all the preparations for it. Like there are
yeah.
random holes in the shoulder armor that didn't have any use in the Lord of Stray double remake, but for sure those are for shoulder flaps. So they have all the tooling there. It's just a matter of will they do it and when they'll do it. That's the only thing that we need to think about.
It's like we talked about before. They've had kits where they had like at least part of the kit already there, and then sometimes it takes years before they actually make the rest of it.
Precisely.
Sometimes, like for the case of the Kapul, for example, we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain that they have the full plans for the Kapul. It's like already all planned out. They just haven't put it into production. Haven't made the molds, and obviously
Yeah.
produced it at all. But I would bet money that the full plans already exist there.
They just
somewhere.
haven't gotten around to that yet.
And I think just with things the way they are currently, Bandai is probably prioritizing stuff
Yeah.
that is related to like current anime projects or things that they're very confident will sell really well. For like the problem of being able to keep up with the high demand at the moment, there's really no point on them taking a chance on something that they're not entirely sure
Yeah.
will sell really well.
The correct century isn't exactly the pinnacle of Gundam,
Mm.
but still feels a little bit lonely for the Turn 8 to be the only correct century kit.
Yes. That said, if you are wanting to build a Kapul, and assuming you can find one, the old one
the old
kit
one.
is really nice. It's really nice for what it is, and it's like 500 yen. So, I mean, if you can find one for anywhere near the original price, then I would say go for it.
Yeah. And Joe asking me about the G Savior line. Well, there isn't a line, first of all. They plan to have a line, but the movie just flopped so hard that they didn't even go ahead and make it into a line. However, I will attest to this: the G Savior itself, the kit, is definitely a pretty good kit for its time, and it looks way better than the C kits that came after that era. So it looks like a standard Gundam and rather playable. So the G Savior kits definitely have potential. Unfortunately, like I said, thanks to the movies, we never get to see anything after the G Savior space mode. So if you want to pick up the G Savior space mode, go ahead. I'd absolutely recommend it. But as to why they cancelled it, just thank the movie production being just like the movie before being as ridiculous as it is.
I've attempted to watch it a couple of times and didn't really make it 5 minutes in before I just noped out because I just didn't care.
Never bothered to look it up myself after hearing the horror stories around it. So that's probably the last thing I'll catch up to. Plus, it takes place in Universal Century 200 plus, so I don't really give a damn about those because it isn't really that fully established apart from the obscure manga known as Gaia Gear. So that's why I'm not really too bothered with catching up on G Savior. But if you need to catch up on the model kit, then that's fine by me. It's not almost finished.
I've often thought about giving it a go, but it's just such an ugly design. I just really don't like it. There's parts of the design that I like, but there's enough of it that I don't like that I've just never pulled the trigger to actually buy one.
And that's where personal opinion factors in. It's fundamentally a good kit. Whether or not you want to go for it is all totally up to you. What do you guys think after Gundam Breaker Battle? It's gonna be another build series, let's be honest. If it is not the continuation of Hathaway's Flash, it's gonna be another build series.
What?
There is Joe asked me, what do you guys think after Gundam Breaker Battle Log will be the next Gundam series?
Oh man, yeah.
I don't think they're gonna be going for original projects soon, and the only thing that's left on their to-do list is Crossbone. Hathaway's Flash, let's just let those movies be myths until they release them. Take what's there. But as for anything fresh in terms of animated form, only Crossbone is the only possibility that I could think of. Or F90, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, there's certain for a full-on series. Yeah, there's certainly more options of things they could do as a movies or OVA series. Like if they were to make a Frozen Teardrop OVA or something, I could see something like that happening. Or
yeah, that could definitely happen too, to cash in on Wayne.
Something along those lines. Alright.
Are you on any time constraint or whatever? Because I don't want to keep you trapped here forever.
I'm working on the second set of legs now, and after I'm done with this, then I'm gonna go. So I won't finish my kits here entirely, but considering that it's two kits at the same time that I'm building, and they're more than halfway done, that equals to more than one full HG kit.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at.
Well, this is a master grade after all, I wouldn't expect it to be done within one stream. But I think I'm probably gonna build the rest off camera, just because I want to get the review out there as soon as possible. And yep, one thing is cashing in on being the early bird, but secondly, so that I can dismantle it sooner for the custom paint job. So there won't be a second stream after this, and it's probably gonna be gonna be months before I am able to invite Zach again. So yeah, treasure the moments.
Yep. Just hanging out. For like just snap building kits like this.
Yeah.
Normally I'm just like watching YouTube or something. I just like having something on YouTube. Recently I've been I think I mentioned this on like my stream last week or something about maybe with Josh. I've been loving this channel that I found that is like challenge playthroughs of like the original Pokemon Red and Blue, like beating Pokemon Red like with only an Abra or something like that, for example. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
For me. So I've like recently, while I've been working on building stuff or whatever, I've been listening to those different videos from that guy. It's what's the name of the channel? JRose11, I believe is the name of the channel. Something like that. If anyone's curious, check it out.
Yep.
I basically don't ever watch any Gundam or Gunpla related content.
Me neither. Mostly because I don't have the heart for it. Then again, there's also time and motivation. So there you have it. MJ, what is Zach building? The Tieran. Tieran and Tieran space type.
Yes.
High grades.
Yes. Dual build. And after this, then, not tonight, but I mean later, I'll also be dual building the O Gundam. The ACD type and just the original.
I have the rollout version, and pretty good kit, I might say. That's the short of it.
Yeah, I've had them forever, and have been wanting to build them.
They could take the piss, just fully take the piss out of it being a meta joke, but they produce a pretty good kit out of it in the process, which is admirable.
Oh yeah, the kit looks really nice. So I've always.
Well, apart from the V-fin stickers on the rollout version, not still, I would recommend painting for that, especially if you're gonna chop off the safety nubs.
Yeah. I just recorded the unboxing for them earlier today, and I unboxed the ACD version first, which doesn't have hardly any stickers, just for the GN condenser and the eyes. That's it. And then the ACD version. Did I say that backwards? Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, and then the
rollout
just
version.
The standard, yeah, that version I recorded second. And yeah, it was a little disappointing to see the sticker sheet on that one. A little much more extensive.
Any yellow that you see is a sticker. End of story.
Yeah, when you look at the runners, it makes sense. I mean, there was no way around that for them.
Yeah, because they designed it for the duel between the O and the Exia R2. They designed the O Gundam for that, and then they just cashed in on the color variant advantage and just brought it out. Thank God, not P Bandai, because Red Bandai was more sensible back then. But anyways, yeah, color variants and the limitations of the mold.
Yeah.
Do y'all think there will be a kit of the Zoku Jwaju? What the heck is that? Bandai does not want to make any Gundam C series anymore because of the failure of Seed Destiny. Look at what we're here. Well, look at this. This is happening between Seed and Seed Destiny, and they're cashing in on it. Plus, the supply is already evaporated in Japan, so what did you expect? Seed is still as popular as it is in Japan, even though Seed Destiny to the majority of people is an absolute disaster. So, it is what it is. C'est la vie. MJ, are you gonna be streaming the High New Gundam? If I could get it, like I said, it's probably gonna be one of those hit kits that evaporates upon release. So if I could get it, I'll probably be streaming it. But don't expect me to get the hyper mega bazooka launcher because, one, it's a big sawed-off gun. I don't have any space for that, and two, I just don't want to. I just want to save up. Like, I'm only gonna be reviewing the bare essentials in the near future until I can save up some of my money back from my spending spree from July and August. So after that's done, maybe in 2022 or even the first half of 2023, I might be able to dive deeper into like more expenditures before I eventually get my ass over to the UK. So yeah. So for now, high new real great stream, definitely in the books, but not the hyper mega bazooka launcher. How are you going to paint that? Disassemble it, allocate the parts by the colors, and there you go. But the question of disassembling it is left up to the future me. I'm not going to bother with it right now.
I was actually quite surprised earlier this, just the past couple days or something, that I've been repainting the Xiong.
The real great Xiong?
Yeah, it was actually went a lot faster than I expected. I was expecting just the painting process to take a while because it's a real grade. It has a fair amount of parts.
Yeah.
But relatively quick, actually, which was nice.
Is it a fresh? Is it a completely new one, or you disassemble your existing one?
Just the one that I built for the review, yeah. So.
Oh, so well, this is.
I already had it built. I just had to go back and just do like loads of sanding and everything on it just to get it prepped for painting.
Right. Disassembly shouldn't be that big of a hassle then, I suppose.
Yeah, I broke a couple of pegs. Like to separate the frame truss parts, like underneath the skirt.
Oh.
Those are kind of tricky because they have like 15 pegs holding like the frame part to the underside of the armor, and so like they're kind of difficult to pry apart, and the pegs are really small. There's so many of them. It's kind of challenging to get those apart without breaking anything. But I mean, if you have 15 is an exaggeration, but if you have like 6 little pegs holding on a 2 pieces together, if you break one, you're not going to notice any difference in that.
Especially if it's stationary, so you can just cement it on and yeah, out of sight, out of mind.
Doesn't matter at all. But it's looking very nice, I would say. So I'm excited to see it done. The way that, aside from switching the color to white, I also changed the head to a Zaku 2 RG head.
Whoa.
And gave it a custom, just like scratch built a kind of simple new antenna for it. And the idea is for it to be a kind of test type before it's finished, even though like the Bishop and the Saikomu Zaku are like the test types leading up to the Xiong. This one, mine, in like my made-up canon, is supposed to be like another test type right before it was finished. So basically, like it's almost basically the Xiong that we know.
I would imagine.
A test. Yeah.
I would imagine it being the test type right after they saw the B Gundam. Like, have you seen that video that Kakarot made about the B Gundam? That was hilarious.
Yes, I think I've seen the video. I know what you're talking about. I believe I have seen his video. Yes, about that. But either way, I still do know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Right.
Anyway, I finished my legs, and it's now 1 a.m. here, so...
Yeah, it's 12 a.m. here, so you're probably going to be tapping out?
I'm going to play... Oh, well, yes, I'm going to go home and go to bed, but not necessarily go to sleep yet, because I'm going to play some Genshin Impact that's usually my routine these days. This is when I play Genshin Impact, is like in bed before sleep. So
Ah,
not exactly time for sleep yet,
yep.
but it's time to go try to get some good Blizzard Strayer artifacts if I can.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
still
best if you also
struggling
save
with
up for
that.
bail.
Yeah. I am. I gave up on Yoimiya.
I like the funny thing is, like I told you in your stream, I don't know if you noticed it, but the funny thing is, I want to go for Sayu. RNG just blessed me at that very moment, and I got Yoimiya and Sayu. So, pity is reset. Now I'm gonna work hard to build that back up. So, yay
Yeah,
me, I guess. So,
yeah.
yeah, I'm building it back up just in the hopes of getting bail. And I'm gonna be like, for the audience out there, I'm gonna be streaming my misfortune when that day comes. So, yep, stay tuned for that. And Zaku's probably gonna be streaming his misfortune or fortune, depends, on getting bail or ball as the game's, yeah, colloquial names. So different spellings. I still know him as Bale, so that's what I'm referring. That's what I'm gonna refer him to as. So, yep, just definitely stay tuned to both of our channels to laugh at our misfortunes or hopefully give us streamer luck.
Yes, hopefully. Yeah, uh I was on the fence if I mean like Sayu I knew I wanted. Yoimiya, I didn't know if I really wanted her because like I wanted to get Yoimiya just because I want to get every character if possible, just
So
because
a
I would like
collector.
well, yeah, but at the same time I know like I just don't enjoy using bow
Bows.
characters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially on
and
phone is rather hard.
yeah. And like I have like other pyro characters. Like I have D-Luke and I have Shinyan, who's like always in my team usually. So don't really need someone for the pyro either.
I
And
never
Bennett
intended
as
to
well.
get Yoimiya in the first place, but since she's here,
Yeah, I
might.
mean, look, it worked out for you, but I think that in my case, while I didn't, I think I dropped 20 or 22, 23 wishes maybe to try to get Yoimiya. So unfortunate, but it helps my pity for getting bail. So I guess
Good
like
for
that's one
you. Good for you.
yeah, good way to
Now I'm
see
on the
that.
coin flip again.
Yeah,
Let's just hope I got streamer luck because I am collecting all the demons.
yeah. So kind of a double-edged sword there.
Yep.
Missed out on one, but and I'm sure being a polearm user, I will definitely use her more than I would have ended up using Yoimiya anyway. So
Yeah.
I did
Well,
like
she's more
I
for
do like
twin.
Yoimiya's.
Yeah,
Hmm?
twin weapon type. Like she can use her Tachi for a
Right.
limited
Mhm.
time during her ult. Kind of like Genji
Mhm.
from Overwatch, if you think about it.
And of course, similar to Child, I also got by accident. I was not really pulling for Child, but ended up getting Child, and I almost have never used him. I've used him like a few times. I built him up a little bit just to see if I would enjoy using him if he was like of like a decent level and kind of halfway set up, but I just don't enjoy the play style, so
Yeah.
but that's because it's partly bow.
Of
Being
course.
like switching from like basically polearm to sword is like not that big of a difference in terms of like how you're actually going to be attacking. So
And it's only gonna be momentary, unlike Child, where you can disable it whenever you want.
yeah, so I'm sure I'm going to enjoy. And what's the other girl? Sarah?
Yeah, Kujo Sarah, yeah.
Mm. I'm hoping to get her as well. I haven't seen as much about her, and I honestly her character design is not as appealing for me, but she looks interesting enough. And she's a 4-star, so I'm hoping that I'll get lucky and get both of them.
Well, you probably get like Sarah more often than you get Bale.
Yeah. Mm, yeah, sure. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
It's not like with Yoimiya, I was actually more hoping for Sayu, so that was good because she's easier to get.
Maybe you can build a racetrack in your Serenity pot and grab some people in and just have a race.
I We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm thinking about how it's gonna go like as the game is going like now is the 2-year anniversary, but like 2 years from now, assuming that the game is still going, I'm still going to be playing, and then I'm gonna have like 40 characters at that point. Once you get to like having so many characters, then it's just kind of like
It's
Pokemon at that
ridiculous.
point,
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
right? Like it's it's cool now where there's like I don't know how many characters there's less than 30 or something like that, right?
Around
Uh,
that.
yeah. So I mean like there's there's certainly a lot of options, but not like that many. But once we get up to like 50, 60, 70 characters, like it's gonna be just like kind of crazy. They're just gonna like inherently lose their value, I feel like,
Like,
when there's so many of them.
it's gonna be even earlier because once Dendro is introduced finally, then the pool of characters is just gonna be diluted even even further because of what Dendro could possibly do.
Like I'm already kind of having that, like just with the characters that I have now already, like there are certain characters that I do enjoy playing with them, and I've built them up pretty decently, and I enjoy playing with them. But I rarely actually use them because I'm just there's just not like a chance to use all the characters I have. Like Eula's a good example. I really enjoy playing with Eula, but I hardly ever have her on the team because I just don't
I
really
always have
pay
Eula on the
enough
team,
to
but
need her.
yeah, there are some characters that I just put off to the side unless I really want to just use them for the Serenity Pot gifts. So that's the only purpose that I could think of using them for.
Yeah. Even Ayaka at first, like for the first couple weeks of having Ayaka, like barely used her, but like this past week or so, I've been keeping Ayaka on the team a lot more and getting used to her. She's actually quite fun to play with Kazuha, with the two of them together. Switching back and forth between the two of them actually works pretty well for me.
Yeah,
That's a lot of fun.
yeah,
With them both being like characters that kind of release back to back, it's kind of cool how they work pretty well together.
yep,
That's fun.
yeah. But anyways, I don't want to hold you up even for
Yeah.
too long. So
Yep.
hopefully you enjoy your game and have
And
have a good sleep. And
yes, just wish me luck.
yeah,
Uh,
I wish you luck.
Artifact.
We can still
Okay.
talk through DMs, but for an
Yeah.
occasion like this, probably another few months because we're all going to be busy in our individual schedules. So it's an
Yeah.
honor having you here.
Yeah, yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I'm always open to just hanging out for a chat.
Yep.
It's all good.
It's all good.
Everyone watching, thanks for hanging out with us as well. I'm gonna go, but you're gonna carry on the stream for a little bit, yeah?
For a little bit. Yeah,
Okay.
until I'm done with at least the legs and maybe the main body. So I'm going to carry on.
Okay. Then I'll see you later.
I'll see you later.
Bye bye.
Bye. And our star has gone, and now I'm all alone. Now, yeah, by the way, I'm gonna catch up with chat because I haven't been talking with anybody. And Lord Astray, yeah, they never, yeah, Lord Astray, they eventually will be. They really want to go through Amaterasu any day now, especially when the Retail Massacred. When plastic mixed with the plain gold. Amaterasu is definitely not out of the books because it's just mainly it's mainly a retool of the Astray. Yeah, he's a nice guy. Although yes, my autism does sometimes hamper my interpretations of his messages. But in general, he's a really nice guy. He just so happens to have time like today to hop on and just chat and build something at the same time. While I thought we were gonna do a double stream, it's kind of sad about that, but it's alright. It's alright. So it's still a pretty good time nonetheless. It's still a pretty good time nonetheless. So only sleep at like 5 p.m. Are you nocturnal, Mr. McFiddlesticks? What's your least favorite part to build? Mine's the head of the Eclipse. My least favorite part is to combine everything. Like, look at this. Looks good right now, but you have these sort of mechanics like the opening chest pieces for whatever reason you want to swing the shoulders forward, and these shoulders are generally hard to work with. Like sometimes like clip joints are not the most reliable things in the world, and yeah, rotary joints. You guys know about how I feel about that, but thank God the arm is secure. So hopefully the paint would actually help with securing the flaps onto the clips. I was talking earlier about if you think there are more news will be released. Oh, should have clarified. You already forgot. Yeah, there isn't really going to be any more news until, I don't know, August is never really the month for news. Plus, they already have announced everything, what I think is everything, that they will release in the, what is it? Gundam Breaker Battle Log. But yeah, please, keep private matters to private chat, please. So as to not get confused. Yeah, that's my advice. Keep private matters to private chat. I have ADHD. That's the reason I can't sleep. You just take your meds. Yeah, I resonate with it. Good. I'm predicting people will break the arms and shoulder. Yeah, I'm scared of myself breaking the break the shoulder while transforming it, because it's just obscured. Like, you can't see the joints. We're gonna get that, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's gonna be sold out soon. Like, very, very soon. I don't know why, but people like Gundam Seed. But if I ever have a chance to dive into the side stories, then most likely I'm probably gonna be enjoying them. How's the build so far? It's pretty straightforward, might I say. Pretty straightforward, just a high parts count. I would have got a high grade done by now. Probably 2, knowing me. But for this, it's definitely more involved. I have another drink at the ready, apart from the soda that I just had. I have a sports drink that I just bought for today. So yeah. Also, have you got any bootleg kits? Now, fun fact, I do have some bootleg kits from long ago. I have the high grade Stargazer as a bootleg kit. Well, not necessarily me, but my brother wanting a Stargazer. But at the time, being very hard to find in Hong Kong, and and I do also have a master grade Blue Frame Second Revised that I never finished, because there was one part missing. Like, literally out of the bag, the kneecap is missing. One of the kneecaps is missing, so that's why I had no motivation in finishing it at all. Plus, the peg sizes were all over the place. I had to sand some down, expand some holes, and they just never seems to fit. And then whenever they do fit, they feel like a statue. Like they just don't want to move. So yeah, that's why I lost motivation to finish the master grade, bootleg master grade Blue Frame Second Revised. Never transformed all my kits. I just built them as an MS and that's it. The benefit of being a regular consumer, might I tell you. Yeah, sometimes being a content creator is a burden, because you do need to show off everything, and that might cause your kits to break. And I really don't know why I have let this nut mark slip under my nose, but oh well. The black does leave very horrible nut mark, might I add, so take note of that. Do you have Gundam bust kits? No, I don't have. I have, yeah, well, that's a lie. I kind of a lie depending on what you mean by Gundam bust kits. But I do have a bootleg version of the Banshee transforming head bust. So, yeah. By the way, how would you paint that kit? Do you mean the color scheme or just the technicalities of it? Because this assembly of this kit is rather easy. It's pretty straightforward. Just 2 armor pieces plopped onto a frame with appropriate windows for every vent. But if you're asking about the color scheme, it's just a silver, blue, and red color scheme as far as I know. I do have the Argo Navis kits here. I have them in the back. I have one in the back, like right here. This is Karina. So this is the hull of the ship, representing the hull of the ship. So basically this general color scheme plus painting the fingertips gold. So that's basically it. I did use the TR6 Woundworks for the for one of them, and the TR1 Heisenlight for the other one. But of course, since I had nothing to do, with the extra parts, I did also create a normal configuration just in case the Heisenlight armor needs to be purged. So yeah, try to get the Freedom 2.0 metal parts. Very hard to find though. Then I won't bother. Finding the parts. It's expensive, hard to find, which means time and money is gone. So there you go. There's a nice looking new Gundam. Yeah, but it's the high grade, so not necessarily the best thing in the world, but still a pretty decent one. That is actually the stripped down version of the heavy weapon system. I just don't have it there for the high new review. Still out there, don't know why I didn't have the motivation to put it back in the shelf, but if it's any consolation, that's where I'll take my reference. That's a nice custom. Thanks. The technicalities, like can or ab. Like, I can paint it. It's easy to disassemble this thing. Like, as high as the parts count is, it's pretty straightforward to build it back. It's just a matter of the time that's needed and when. Because, like I said multiple times, school is resuming next week. So, even though it's only like 2 days a week that I need to go to school for 4-hour sessions, I still won't, like, oh my god, this is not the C plate. I still won't put my money towards getting the custom done soon. How many runners are there? There are quite a few. There are a few duplicates. So in total, like according to the parts count, you have A1, A2. There's, wow. I never noticed this. Like, look at this. Look at this. This is not in the unboxing session, but do tell me if you want to see the parts count instructions. But yeah, one A1, one A2, 2 of these, I believe. No, you have one of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these, 1 of that, 1 of that, 2 FF part sets, a stand, thankfully, to display the warship mode, and 2 J plates, 1 I plate, and a lot of crossed off pieces. Good luck on the custom. Like I said, I really do enjoy your custom videos. Thank you. You got a unique way of holding the nippers. Yeah, that's how I was taught. Like, I know you're supposed to use the nippers going from under the runner, but that is exactly how I was brought up. Like, the only thing that my dad told me is use the nippers and put the flat end towards what you want to cut out, snip, done. There's no mentioning about going from underneath. Plus, for me, it's rather tough. It's a bit tougher to orient the nippers going from underneath for me. Like, so that's why I usually reverse grip, snip. That's it. Of course, with these God hands, I need to be careful because it's strong but brittle. So that's what it is. That's what it is. didn't you see, Wakane? Didn't you see? I'm sorry for being a rather tough one, rather being tough at you for that, but look at this. Freedom frame, basically the entire plate crossed off. I hate how this webcam doesn't focus on what I want it to focus on, but even through the blurred image, you can see that there are a ton of crossed off parts. So, reusing of the freedom frame is literally just superstition. Like, it's almost entirely new, but a few parts require. Like, I don't know why they didn't just go for like new parts in that case. Like, would it have been that much more expensive to mold the required parts on the new frame plate? Like, seriously, why? Like, if you're using that few parts from the freedom plate, might as well mold the parts you need onto the existing plates already. Like, there's no reason to give us the freedom frame. Like, I don't know. Pretty much all the like parts of the Freedom 2.0 are ignored in this kit as far as I've seen. Yep. Polka Dragon, your statement has been proven true. And apparently I really did need C17. What nippers are you using? I might not have been there when you said it. I didn't say what specifically I'm using. This is not the top end God Hand. This is the PN 120. So what the blue one is, like the top end of top end nippers, is the SPN 120. So this is basically the second best nippers out there from God Hand. Not the top end, but still not a far second. But yeah, if you guys want to hang around until I finish the what the hell am I looking for? If you guys want to hang around until I finish the main body, then yeah, I'll be streaming until I finish the main body. Then probably building the weapons on my own accord, plus the striker pack, and then scripting the review. Because, yep, like I did mention while Zaku was around, want to be the early bird, not missing out on a second chance. And of course, to get this, yeah, Zaku had to go. Zaku had to go because it was late. He did say that, like in the middle, I don't know if you were here, but he did say that he was going to go after he finished the Tyrant's legs. Like, he was doing a double build, so yeah, fairness to him, he finished building technically according to the amount more than one traditional high grade. So respect. And I also really want to respect his time because he does usually play Genshin Impact before he goes to bed. So don't want to hold him up for too long. And yep. That's basically respect. Yeah. A little less fragile. You talk about the Nippers Bachelor? Sorry, sorry I butchered your name there. Do you like non-Bandai Plamo, like Super Robot Infinitism? The Super Robots aren't necessarily my thing. Like, never been a fan of Super Robots. But some Super Robot X-esque transformations I really do have a knack for. Like, let's say, the Double Zeta. It was modular and inspired by Super Robots. Of course, they had to BS away to make that canon by giving the TR6 Heisen Blade 2 Raw, or just the normal version, the ability to do that as well. So of course they had to BS that into the canon. But overall, Super Robot transformations are something that I have a knack for. But traditional Super Robots, like the very out there ones, like the Denanzon and everything else, just not my cup of tea. Getting sleepy now. Good night. Thanks for having you here, Generic Weeb. What file are you using, by the way? These are the ones I bought from Gundam Base Tokyo. So, I'm still using them. They're still pretty good. I don't know, the the smoothness has definitely increased, so that's not necessarily a good thing. So I may need some fresh files, but I do have some files that I haven't ever brought out for use, other than using it as a magic stick, and just some smaller places that I need to file. And of course, I get thrown off by the directions of everything. Gun generic. Yeah, I know. Good night. Whew. I might need to replenish my supply of ice in order to pour my second drink. Because I'm starting to have a sore throat here from talking. It's not necessarily anything bad. Calloused feet, completely destroyed muscles. Oh yeah, by the way, let me reply to some people. Yeah. We have it. So, if there is a next time to go to Gundam Base Tokyo, which I do hope there is, I'm probably gonna buy myself a new set of files before I go to the UK. Like, anybody from the UK around here? Like, anybody from the UK? Another question, what's your favorite Advance of Zeta kit? Mine is tied between the Primrose and Heisenblade 2 Raw. I assume you mean the TR6, but yeah, favorites, TR1 Heisenblade, TR6 Kahar 2. That's it. The Primrose doesn't stay on for me. And the normal Hazels, while they are customizable, they just look a little bit too generic. Heisenblade Raw 2, don't get me started on that. What did I do? From London, bro. Nice! So I talk to you in this accent then. Should I completely change my accent and talk to you? Does take a while to warm up, but not too shabby for someone who doesn't speak English as their first language. It's not too shabby. Probably will be influenced further by the time I'm there, but not bad. Looks like the Kahar 2 is a good half. Yep, Kahar is definitely a good half. Because the Kahar 2 doesn't suffer from any of the issues that I suffered from the normal TR6. However, the extra armor does definitely hinder the fun. Especially with the giant stabilizer fin sticking out from the chest. Not necessarily a good sight to behold, but fundamentally, that is the de facto TR6 variant that I would recommend if you are rather short of space. Like, of course, if you really want to go all out, then the TR6 Heisenblade 2 Raw is the one that I would recommend. But if you're short on space, the Kahar 2, not necessarily a bad find. The only thing that bothers me is that there is no normal vent piece to use with a normal chest piece on the Kahar 2. So you can't necessarily make a normal TR6 with the Kahar 2 without mods. Not Marvel Future Revolution. I don't necessarily pay attention to mobile games, so I have no opinions on that. But for Shang-Chi, definitely looking forward to it. Mostly just for the choreography. Like, ever since watching G Gundam, I have a thing for for martial arts, and I'm definitely wanting to look at more martial arts. The Shang-Chi movie is gonna be out next Wednesday. What is it? Not next Thursday. So definitely I'm looking forward to that. Oh, by the way, PR4, how's my British accent? Like, I always have to muster up the courage to ask local people how my British accent is. Like, because I'm not really too confident in it. By the way, dude, good luck at school. Nice, thank you. Okay, this is a little bit hard to handle. By the way, this swivel joint is to swivel this heel piece to cover up the top and bottom of the nose cone. So, yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a hassle, a little bit of a faff. It was good as nice, thanks. A little bit of a faff, but still rather easy to assemble it onto the kit itself. But that may hinder balance. That's the one thing I'm worried about. What if the balance is hindered because of that joint? I don't know. The main feet come up from down here, so this is not the actual feet. This is the armor. This is the armor overlay onto the feet. The feet is going to come out from underneath here. So kind of like the H2, it's a red herring. It's not the actual feet. That'll come later. And what am I supposed to do now? Okay, F113 and E14. Not into the Penelope design, but after watching the film, kind of grew on its design. Have you experienced this? Liking the MS after watching the film? Kind of a hard one to tell. I don't really have any examples off the top of my head, but there are some designs that I grew more in love with the more I mess around with the merchandise. Let's say model kits and figures. Let's say the Phantom Gundam. Not necessarily a fan of it at first, but after reviewing it and playing around with it, because it's an action figure made for play, not necessary display unless you put on the Phantom Light, I love this thing. Like, absolutely love. Not necessarily to... There goes my composite shield booster. Not necessarily love to the point where I like express my love for the Extreme Gundam and the Gundam Barbatos, but still, it's up there. Phantom Gundam is up there, but well, the Ghost Gundam, fair enough. The Ghost Gundam higher than that, but for the Phantom, at face value, it's definitely on my top 10 favorites. So if I do have more like brain capacity, I could probably think of a concrete example of my liking for a kid from hating it turning into loving it. But for now, I could only think of the one example where I grew more in love with a kit. Oh yeah, do you think a master grade or a high grade else Quanta will be released? No, because you need pre-painted parts. Like, if Good Smile Company has the rights to the else Quanta, they may do that. They may pre-paint the crotch piece and the waist piece for us. But I activated the transformation joint and I don't know what to do to revert it. Help. But if Good Smile Company has the rights to the Gundam, then maybe they would. But for Bandai, absolutely no hope. Like, I did mention that the fading color detail... Excuse me. I did mention the fading color detail is the deal breaker in hoping for a model kit of the Else Quanta. And yeah, given that if they do release it in modern day, they may include the weapons. But as for right now, I don't see it ever happening at all. Wakane, I know you ain't a skin me, but that happened to me on G Gundam. Like, what particular one, Red Rock? Yep, 100% Zeta and IBO frames, but I still hate the Hugo from IBO. The Hexa frame is not necessarily a bad design, it's just that the Hugo is just a weird thing. Like, there are quite a few good designed Hexa frames in the post-disaster timeline. The most, like, memorable example being the Enzo. And it's not a red Ferrari, but it's literally a Hexa frame mobile suit called the Enzo from Uruzu's Hunt. But unfortunately, that has been in development hell for years. But hexaframes, they have their standing ground. It's just that not a lot of designs are what Bandai would consider profitable, hence we never got kits of them. Yeah, the wings on the back. The wings on the back are definitely the other deal breaker for our hopes of seeing an Else Quanta kit. What the hell is up with that? Not definitely ruined the paint, but yep, I ruined the kit. It's not poking through as far as I'd like. It's just a little scratch, nothing too major, so as long as I can get this clip back in, we can move on. Gundam Rose is what changed your mind? Okay. What's up, Noel? What's the most obscure mobile suit you like? For that, it's honestly just the Extreme Gundam. Like, nobody knows of it. Like, apart from the vanilla variants and the ones that are added into Maxi Boost On. Like, there's this one variant I don't even know existed until I have read the mangas. Like, if you're wondering why, Maxi Boost, the successor of Maxi Boost, is called Maxi Boost On, there is a Gundam for that, which is called, well, spoilers ahead, it is the oh my god. It is the fusion between the Type Leos 2 Versus and the Excelia, which from the data, this is a bit of a faff. Why the hell is this joint so uncooperative? Why? Finally, Jesus. And I have disconnected the clip from that, and I had to gotta connect it back again. So, yeah. As I was saying, if you're wondering why the successor of Maxi Boost is called Maxi Boost On, there is this Extreme Gundam formed from the fusion between, oh, come on. Fusion of the Type Leos 2 Versus and the Excelia called the Extreme Gundam Extreme Application On, with the EX and A capitalized and On capitalized. So, the Extreme Gundam Extreme Application On, nobody ever knew of its existence outside of Japan. Not until now. If only I could put show the design to more people, then more would know of its existence. And I did do a reconstructed color scheme for the channel, so that's new. But that's not necessarily the design I like. Like the Extreme Gundam Extreme Massive, like not Maxi Boost On, the Extreme Gundam Extreme Application On is not necessarily my cup of tea. Where the hell did I put my normal file? There it is. Gundam Eclipse Esqueleto. Can you speak English, Arturo? The Gundam Rose. It's on the second screen. Do you think there would be an RG Infinite Justice, considering they made some good stuff lately? Yep. Probably they will make a real great Infinite Justice to pair with the real great Strike Freedom. Oh yeah, how was your Eclipse painting from a while ago? Do you guys want to see it? I'm gonna show it after the end of the stream. It's just right behind me. Like, behind me. In the shelf. Stored until I move to the UK. I'm not hanging up any of my paintings currently just because we do have this immigration plan and we do not want to create more hassle than necessary, apart from the model kits that I'm going to be getting throughout these 2 years, just to more establish the channel. So yeah. But I'm going to show you guys the painting, if you guys want to, at the end of the stream. What the hell is up with this piece? And there goes the clip again. Disconnected for the transformation. God damn it. I really hate how disconcerting these parts are. But this is the ankle flap after all, so I shouldn't really be too obsessed with it. Let's build the tiny feet. This is seraphim levels of tiny. Anybody's like me when you bought a kid, you feel like you're gonna buy the whole team or the rival, especially about the feed art and about the Kimura's Trooper. Yeah, there's definitely that compulsion to finish a collection. Like one of the reasons I bought the Shinanju Stein is because, well, it has the bazooka rifle combo, but more importantly, I justified it as completing my my Gundam narrative collection, because I do have the narrative C-packs and the real grade Fennecs. So it doesn't really make sense to not have the Shinanju Stein eventually. Eclipse Gundam has 2 pairs of feet, basically. Where the frick? Yeah, now that Zaku's gone, I can swear. The more I see the Eclipse, the more I feel like it's a rejected build series mobile suit. Really? But yeah, it does have some outlandish design cues that remind people of more like the childish side of Gundam. But I just take it for what it is. But honestly, if somebody has the capacity to add wheels onto the Eclipse Gundam, then yeah, you can definitely turn this into a race car. The shields on it, I think not in the near future, because the high grade one is very good. Yep, the high grade Infinite Justice is definitely standing its ground and rather available, like more available than any other kit. Hey MJ, what do you think of SD Gundam World Hero so far? Apart from the recap episodes, it's alright. Kind of like a quirky story that you can sit down and binge for quite a while. So, while the story is not necessarily the best thing in the world, it's definitely enjoyable. Like a childish series, you can turn off your brain for a few hours, binge the entire thing, skip the recap episodes, and you'll come out satisfied. It really is based on Freedom 2.0. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I did that with the Kimura's Vidar Unicorn kits. What is your timeline? I mean, you see, guys, what are your guys? Of course, post-disaster. No questions about it. And that's why I am excited for the magazine exclusive, or the Gundam Ace exclusive. What is it called? Mobile Suit Gundam 8. That's why I'm excited for it. I'm a post-disaster kind of guy. I like demons and stuff. So, yeah. That's why I am excited for the for Mobile Suit Gundam 8. I think it's better for which series. UC has many series, so it's kind of unfair. Well, you can separate the UC into eras. Like, yeah, would you prefer the what is it called? The period of what the hell is it called? Armor and Char era, or would you prefer the era after that, and then probably Crossbone, F91, Victory, and then everything is culminated into Turn A for some reason. I don't know how, but it is what it is. Wait, what's that series? Gundam 8? Yeah, Mobile Suit Gundam 8. If you check my check my June news roundup, you'll see. It's a they announced this Gundam Ace exclusive series, like called Mobile Suit Gundam 8, which is a kind of expansion for the post-disaster timeline. C24, 25, J49. Okay, so it's onto the actual feat now. Yeah, I'm tapping out after the main body, so we're not far from that. And I'm building the weapons on my own accord, if you haven't caught on. My favorite is type with Hathaway and Zeta, and a close next is Stardust Memory. Is Stardust Memory really that good? Like, I've never been a fan of Ko Yuraki. Like, apart from that one line where he says he doesn't like carrots, but I've never been too big of a fan of Ko Yuraki, nor am I a fan of the GP series. I wonder how many Gundams has the Unit 2. It's just the Unit 1 but a darker color scheme. Quite a lot. But if you think about it, it only makes sense for the Eclipse Gundam Unit 2 to have a dark color scheme. Think about it. If Unit 1 is bright, which is probably the representation of the solar eclipse, the other one, ostensibly, should be the lunar eclipse. It only makes sense. So, if you don't look at it as an anime trope or something like that, there you have it, the justification. Oh yeah, I saw your video on Mobile Suit Gundam 8. I was hyped. Yep. Carrots are good though, they're mainly like for the fights in mobile suits. Ko just doesn't like it, he just suck it up. And of course, all the Stardust plate in Build Divers Re-Rise has to offend Ko Yuraki by putting carrots in it. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm probably gonna be timing out for a little bit later on, just to atomize and pour myself a second drink. I can't keep talking like this without any hydration for any longer, or else my vocal cords would need surgical replacement. And that's as far as I'm going here. Stardust. There's a compilation movie for Stardust Memory. Cool. I might as well check that out later on. For stories, I like more grounded stories like MS Igloo, 8th MS Team, yeah, they're in the Universal Century. To each their own. Respectable. Have to check those out though, unfortunately. So, excuse me burps, but I'll check them out whenever I have the time. Will you purchase Dark Sun? Oh, okay, wait a minute. What's your reaction on Dark Sanzang Strike Freedom Gundam? Initially, I was like, I called it. It has to be Sanzang being possessed by Sima Yi, but apparently not. It's a completely separate character, so that's a plot twist that I won't have seen coming. And a welcome one at that. So it's interesting to see what the Dark Strike Freedom Gundam who the Dark Strike Freedom Gundam would actually be, apart from being an evil lock-on. They're voiced by the same Japanese voice actor, so yep, my friends have already been calling him Dark Lock-on, so I'm just gonna eat that joke up. But as for what he is capable of, and what is it? Whatever. Well, I will have to see its full model kit reveal. Like any others. Like if there is a lot of missing color outs that I can foresee, then perhaps not. But if it's something as compelling as the Sasuke Delta Gundam, which is by far the best SD Heroes kits, then I might get it. Because personally, this series isn't really all that appealing in terms of model kits for me. But the Wukong DX set and the Sasuke Delta Gundam both have been very tempting. And I have fallen for one of those temptations. So yeah, prepare to see me fall in love with something that I would never think to fall in love with. And I am probably not going to be purchasing the Meteor because if they decide to release it, of course, there's probably going to be a DX set for that. But if there's going to be a Meteor, I probably won't be purchasing it because 1, there may be a lot of missing color details. 2, I may not have the space. I've already got very close with the Penelope and the Xi. Anybody remembers the unicorn transforming head from Mana? It's sold out, isn't it? You're talking about the transforming head busts or something else, Wakane? I heard everybody loves 8 MST. Need to check it too. I will in due time, but for now, I'm focusing on school. Focusing on getting my mood prepared for school. Pasta for dinner. Who likes pasta? Me. Especially with tomato sauce. Or tomato. Like, it's weird. Like, the one thing that is weird about Hong Kong is how they mix the English cultures. Like, there is sometimes American English, and a lot of the times there is British English, because as you may know Hong Kong's history, Hong Kong was a part of the British colony. But it's still rather weird how we are taught a mix of both British and American English. So yeah, I always go like tomato, strawberry, that stuff. Even though my accent is mostly attuned to being an American accent. But it's weird, isn't it? Sasuke Delta Gundam looks handsome, yeah. Very handsome. And there isn't really too much that you need to paint in. Like, put on all the stickers and all you need is to fill in the light gray details, and that's basically it. So, perfectly presentable right out of the box. Although, yes, I know I could not expect the Heroes kits to have full color separation, but still, the amount of effort needed to put into one of those things is just not necessarily one that I could afford to put in. Because of the time needed and the dedication and the paints. That's the main thing. The paints. There's one missing piece that is fallen off into oblivion, but I'm sure I will find it. So yeah, there's one piece falling off into oblivion, unless it's right here on my desk that I'm not seeing it. Or unless I haven't cut out that damn thing yet. Like, my god, I usually... Oh, yep, it's lost. It's definitely lost in the pile or in the room, I don't know, but I'm gonna look for it later on. Yeah, the Cao Cao Wing Gundam Issei style is cool, but not necessarily to my taste, especially when he has the Finiche configuration of wings. I hate it when having small parts fell to the floor and couldn't find it. Not in my immediate vicinity as far as I know, but yeah. It's definitely in the room somewhere. Anyone lose a piece and find it tomorrow or something? No. It's usually either lost forever or immediately found. Oh, it's in front of me. Fraptious day. Happy day. Apparently the, like, by the way, if you guys are still watching, there's this idea that I have about a Gundam related SCP. Like, if you guys have heard of the SCP Foundation, you'll know what I mean. Like, I'm trying to, like, quote unquote rationalize why the hell we cannot ever find dropped pieces again. So the only logical answer is that a sentient, or at least a sapient, teleporting Gunpla is stealing them. So when it doesn't find, when the piece it finds, it steals, isn't what it needs, then it returns it somewhere. It returns it somewhere near. Oh, for crying out loud! Always activating the transformation mechanics when I don't want it. Yeah, I like SCP too. For crying out loud! Oh my god! And the joint has came off. Yup, this kit would definitely be a very easy kit to disassemble, I can tell you that much. Yeah, but yeah, that is the idea of a Gundam related SCP. You even have an SCP that is Among Us related. Why would it not? Why would you not create a crying out loud? There we go. Finally, the feed is in. And the heal is, oh my god, the transformation mechanic is just obnoxious. Like, this clip is not strong enough to hold everything in whenever you're trying to move it. Like, it's crazy, ridiculous. But yeah, that's the SCP that I have an idea for. Like, of course, we have a lot of sapient toy SCPs, but one more couldn't hurt, right? There's a, like I said, there is an SCP Among Us related, so why not Gundam? It's like one of the biggest mecha series in the world. By the way, now I'm gonna take a break. Stick around if you want to, but I'm gonna pour myself a second bottle of ice and grab myself another drink. So BRB. Right, I'm back. We'll wait for the ice to cool the drink down, but for now, let's move on to the waste. Finally, the entire main body could be fully completed. Let's get on with it, shall we? So yeah, if you guys have any other idea for the Gunpla related SCP that I have, feel free to tell me in the chat, just so I have more ideas before I submit it for green light. I was trying to get the Bandai Cup Noodle kit, but when I saw the street price in my area, I cancelled the thought. Almost the same price as some small master grade. It's definitely not worth it. Like, if you are going for cup noodles, actually buy a cup of goddamn noodles. Like, it's not worth it. actually buy cup noodles instead of buying the model kit. Like, that's all I can say. The noodle kit was expensive in my local Gunpla shop. Precisely why that isn't worth it. But I know it's commemorative because, well, Bandai and Nissan have been collaborating for years at this point, decades even. So I know it's commemorative, but for a standard consumer, not necessarily worth it. Hopefully your Eclipse Gundam review bops, dude. Yeah, nice. I hope so too. Like, this stream is already helping a lot. Cock. Yep, there's one cautionary tale as to why and not twist the joint. Yeah, I'm gonna mess around with the small kits in the noodles. Yep. Even the toppings, like, man, the toppings. Every single one of them is individual. So, you cut them out. The noodles itself, not that bad, but I just don't see the reason why you would want a kit of cup noodles. Just buy a freaking cup if you want one, for God's sakes. Another part dropped, but I recovered it. Well, you get the Archie Hainu Gundam, yes, but no guarantees on when, because it's another kit that is sought after by many people. And do we even have the release dates? No, we don't have release dates yet, so nothing to show for it. But I will be getting it. Shrimp stickers are just dead. Yeah, I will be getting the real great Hainu Gundam. Oh yeah, the B plates are here. Which means, well, PR4, you do actually have the cup noodles model kit. Am I right? Well, by the way, why the hell is there not an anomalous cup of cup noodles at this point? Like, that's another SCP idea. But that fits more into Series 1 more than anything, because anomalous foodstuffs are mostly Series 1 SCPs. And by the way, we're up at the 6,000s now in terms of SCPs, so more vacant spots have been opened, which is nice. Sadly, no. It's just that I saw a review from Rekakai Kotsu. You should check out Hobby Clubhouse's review on it. He compares it to the actual thing they're trying to mimic, and that's the more funny part. The giant RX-78 in the Gundam Factory is an SCP. Is it officially registered though, Innie? Noelco, how do you know that the real great Hainu is releasing on the 9th of September? How? It's a CG render, it's not real. It got 2 Guinness World Records though. Also in the UK, I haven't found a kit under the price of £23. That's at least, like, I know it's 1 to 11, but my mindset has tuned it to be 1 to 10. So don't mind me. In terms of pound sterling to Hong Kong dollars. So 1 to 10, that's still 230 Hong Kong dollars. Technically 253. Because it's 1 to 11. I guess it's not that bad of a math problem, but still tougher. I didn't realize that Hobby did a video on it. We'll check it out. Cool. It's one of his earliest reviews, so sort the playlist from this is the J play. What am I staring at? Sort the playlist from oldest to newest, and you should find it. Where the hell is my? Oh my god. In an alternate universe, the FOO is actually a military weapon when needed. They actually did BS a lore for the Gundam RX-70 FOO. If you haven't noticed, I just don't remember what the lore was, nor do I care to remember, because it's one of the things that was erected during the RX-78 year. What in the world am I needing? I-17, okay. What's the price of ZakuAurelius or high-grade Gundam in the UK? Oh, I'm not looking forward to this. I'm definitely not looking forward to this. Oh, they did a lore for the R78 FOO. I think Kakarot actually mentioned that, but I don't remember. Favorite Char suit is Nightingale. What's your second is Shinanju, of course. Favorite Char suit, Sazabi. Or if you are actually counting his other alter egos, then yeah, Hyakushiki, then Sazabi. Then I don't know. I think I saw one for 40. Wow, £45 for something that I could get under 100 Hong Kong dollars. Like, wow. Looks like I gotta consult some more of my UK fan base in order to understand what the hell is going on there. So if any of you guys are from the UK, do tell me more. Or if you want to connect with me directly, then socials are all in the descriptions of all videos. I just really want to know what the Gunpla market is like over there, lest I be disappointed. One more page left and then I'm gonna tap out of the stream. Still have to build the weapons and the striker pack. Like hell, that's gonna be a lot of building for tomorrow. Let alone scripting the review, because I've heard Crow, like one of you guys told me that Crow is actually building his Eclipse Gundam at the same time. So yeah, I guess I gotta beat him to the review. Can you reckon there is no Hong Kong model shops that ships internationally? I don't think. Everything that is sold here in Hong Kong is localized in Hong Kong. Unless somebody would sell the kits on Amazon in Hong Kong prices, then that's the wrong file. So I don't think that there is anything in Hong Kong that was shipped towards internationally. Now I didn't have the striker, but my friend actually bought me this. Camera angle issues. Here it is, upside down. You can see that this is the L Strike Master Grade version remastered. So I will be reviewing it eventually. I've opted for a break last week, so that's why I haven't built it. Also, that was supposed to be the contingency plan, lest I don't have the Eclipse Gundam at my disposal. But yeah, it was a birthday gift from a friend, but I'm only going to be building the striker before I build the actual body, because this review needs it. This review needs the striker review, like the striker quick look, badly. And since I'm basically starting from 0 in terms of master grades, I don't have a lot of packs. Like, if you guys want to ask me, if whether or not, if this pack is compatible, if that pack is compatible, sorry, I'm only going to be able to use the AL pack on the Eclipse Gundam, just because that's the only pack I have. Plus, my painting project does not warrant the need of the maneuver pack, so I'm not going to be picking that up. What pack do we get with the Eclipse Gundam in the box? No packs. I was only referring to the AL Striker pack from the remastered AL Strike. So we get no packs in this thing, which honestly is a good thing to me, because like the Eclipse Gundam doesn't really need anything extra. Like, if you open up the maneuver pack like an X, then that's acceptable in my opinion. But if the maneuver striker is used as is, then is it really necessary? Oh man, my heart's to UK Gunpla fans. Those are like one of the cheapest recent high grades. You guys have been bad. Yup. Prepare for me to bite the bullet whenever I move to the UK. So you guys had better support the channel to make it work. I beg of you. But seriously, I'm gonna take whatever is coming to me at this point. Because stressing about the channel's performance is not gonna get me anywhere as long as I continue to provide quality content for you guys that has a long shelf life and has stand the tests of the titans, then I'll be grand. So on top of my part, the support needs to be like strong as well. So not gonna stress on that, focusing on creating the content, and that's out. Online cheap, but 2 out of 5 kits already didn't arrive, and 1 was the wrong kit. Amazon is not necessarily that reliable, from what you're telling me. So you're kind of scaring me. What in the hell am I supposed to do here? Ah, get it now. The striker and the wizard pass look weird on the Eclipse in my opinion. Hey, Candy! But yeah, what pack does not look weird on the Eclipse? Like, my friends wants to try the Noir pack. Fair point. But honestly, like, the Eclipse Gundam is designed to use striker packs, not to necessarily look good with them. Okay, there's a heart. That was a magic prop, but usually, like, currently we only use it for like a squishy toy. Now that's cool. That's a cool drink. Thank you for the support, and yeah, thank you for the people who want to help promote the channel. How is the build? Gate placement. Gate placement is rather odd, and for some places like the gauntlets over here, yeah, it's definitely not good gate placement as far as I can tell. None of the parts are undergated, so a special color finish would not benefit this kit at all. In fact, it would hurt it. And yeah, by the way, let's just do this. Let's just do this and equip the skirts onto it. So we have the full body, transformation, painting, and that's gonna be the end of the stream. So push through, people. And I don't need this anymore. Like, these are like the smallest ever joints to be reused. Like, why in the hell would you not mold it onto the existing plates, but instead reuse a frame that is completely irrelevant to this kit? Like, why? That's the most baffling thing. Like, of course, you're buying pork, So of course there's going to be a bit of pork bone in there, but like I never expected like a third of my box to be composed of pork bones. And you can't even suck out the bone marrow in it for like a delicacy or something like that. I know that's an analogy that you guys may not understand, but still. What am I looking for? B plates and D plates. Okay, good. This is the original frame for the Eclipse Gundam. When will the video maybe upload it? Perhaps Thursday. I don't know. No, today was a Monday. We crossed days already. Today was a Monday. Tomorrow is a Tuesday. I'm probably going to be working on the weapons and the script. And maybe if I could get this done quick, which I don't think I can because of the scorching heat outside my home, I'm probably going to be able to get this done on Wednesday. So yeah, definitely stay tuned for that. See, the last MG I built was the Barbatos. Good kit. Surprised they haven't milked it for what it's worth yet. Yeah, the Heisenblade Raw 2. But honestly, internal structures. Like, I wouldn't expect them to reuse internal structures from another kit. Like, would you expect it? Not me personally, but yeah. I have the wrong skirt. Because Hobby Link Japan was a good delivery, like another 1/3 price extra, but FedEx made me pay double for the delivery invoice things. I paid £48 for the real grade Quanta when it should be 33. £33 for the real grade Quanta is already excessive, let alone the delivery. Like, that's a lot. And it's gonna freaking hurt. A comma needed between good and delivery, by the way, sorry. I'm not that pedantic on stream. So don't worry about it. As long as I could interpret it, then it's fine. They should click into place. And it's not doing so. There we go, that's one. I'm building the Master Grade XN Riser at the moment. That's nice, Rakane. Rarely see the XN Riser anymore these days. Here we go. Do you think it's possible to build the light frame of the Freedom 2.0 from the leftover parts of the Eclipse? It depends. I don't have any experience with the Freedom. I may look up its instruction manual to see whether or not it's possible. Because let's be honest, if it's possible to build something out of these parts. There goes the fingers again. By the way, do you guys have issues with the if you guys have the Master Grade Freedom 2.0, do you have any issues with the fingers? Like the fingers have not been good to me in the stream at all. Whew. At this point, I wish kits like the Kahar just had all parts of the Wound Burning Titan's colors too. You are missing only one piece. That is the original vent pieces. Like, unless if you can mod the existing vent pieces for the Kahar 2 to work with the original chest piece, because that's included. That's left over from the original plate. But you don't have the original vent piece, so it's not compatible, unfortunately. Bandai pulled a very good move there to prevent you from having 2 kits in one. Good job there, Bandai. But if you can mod it, might as well. Damn, dude, I remember the time P Bandai never had full exclusive kits, or am I just crazy? I wasn't really that into P Bandai until not Island Wars, GM's Counterattack was a thing. Like, because, well, back in the day, P Bandai meant I was unable to get it at all. Like, there's no chance of me getting it at all. Until I started getting P Bandai kits from shops, and then when I know that virtual cards are a thing, then I could get P Bandai directly from here. But yeah, I wasn't really that aware of P Bandai back in my early days. Would you recommend the Xi versus Penelope set or just the Nightingale and High Nu? Depends on what you like. If you like the traditional duel between Char and Amuro, then Nightingale versus High Nu. The best ones of them, might I add. So that would mean, if I could get this part right. So that would mean getting the real grade High Nu and the high grade Nightingale. But if you like the Hathaway's arc better, then get the Xi and Penelope. Or if you just in general like Gundams better, then the Xi and Penelope. And thus, what's most important, the Xi and Penelope take up less space when compared to the Nightingale and High Nu. Let's be honest with that. I was cutting it very, very close when it comes to storing the Penelope and the Xi. Thankfully, I've cleared out an entire level of my shelf just to store monstrous kits like those. The Nightingale was a bit of a hassle, and thanks to the recording, like I was recording on the floor for that review because it was just so big, and that's really, and on top of the loose pieces and how cumbersome it is to actually handle. That's what broke the deal, and that's what really solidified my view of never buying a Nightingale for myself until I moved to the UK, where I may consider it, but not fully, but may consider it. I reviewed it anyway, so there isn't really any purpose to adding it to my collection unless I really, really do like it, but nonetheless. How's the build so far? It's going good. It's gonna be the completion of the waist and the side skirts, then the transformation, then I'm gonna show you guys the painting, and I'm gonna tap out. So I'm not gonna be So I'm not gonna be building the weapons on camera, unfortunately. I apologize if you want to see the construction of the weapons, but this is a master grade, and it will take me far longer to complete. It has taken me 4 hours already to get the main body almost done. What am I looking at here? Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. Completely, solidly pegged in there. What's a good camera to start with for streaming? Just a Logitech webcam will be fine. Like, what kind of stream are we talking about? Like build streams where you don't want to show your face? A Logitech webcam is. A Logitech webcam, or whatever webcam that you can find, is gonna do the job well. But because the webcam is the only thing that I could connect to OBS, that's the only thing I could do. By the way, where are you from, Okane? You talk as if you are also in the UK too. I guess I wasn't crazy after all, because I was surprised when it became a thing. Yeah, the Kahar. By the way, P-Bandai in the UK is the rarest thing in the world. Forget about them unless you get them at less than 3 times their original price, and then £20 shipping. I remember my dad mentioning that there's a conduit for them to ship here and then ship it to the UK. I don't know. Where's Zaku at? Zaku has gone because I don't want to hold him up. It's 2 a.m. where he is. So he has to play Genshin before going to bed. So he has gone. So title isn't exactly misleading, but if you want to recap the conversation, go back to before the 3.5 hour mark, I'd say. Last time I was to talk about the people that are in Ishikawa Gunpla. Looks like reviews are relevant in those old places. Okay. P-Beta is like twice or 3 times the price they sold. That's why I never bought one. That's sad. Unless I can get my friend to ship it to me. Corey, you miss Zaku. I got your PR form. Yeah. That's what's stopping me from getting High Light 2 Raw, although you really like it. High Light 2 Raw is definitely a good kit. Like, for what it is, it's definitely a good kit. Rather playable, although transformation is still tedious. Ish, but you can't help it. It's a super robot transformation. What do you expect? But in terms of TR6s that are imposing, that's the one to go for. Will we get a high-grade Eclipse Gundam? Don't know. Bro, tools are the worst. It's like a 100 pounds for God hands. 100 pounds. That's twice the price that you get for one set here. Gosh. Right. C plates. And I've immediately lost track of them already. Like, what's wrong with me? Citadel cement sucks. Okay, thanks. I was thinking about streaming while I build. Gotta go back to work. Happy building. Thank you, Corey. And I got my fingers tangled up in the handles. So if you're gonna go to the UK, you might have a really hard time forgetting about Japanese model kits and tools in general because miniatures are more popular there. Let's hope that my channel is big enough by the time I get there to make a difference. Let's hope. And we all need to put an effort into that. So I'm probably gonna be the catalyst to making that happen. Hopefully. I don't know. It's just a wild dream at this point, but I don't know. Who knows? Maybe that would happen, maybe that would not. The only place that we got Gunpla in Europe that I know of is the Gundam base Paris place. So driving up to Paris for an excursion for Gunpla is definitely not out of the question, since I'm probably going to be landing in Warrington. So it's rather up, so it's at north. Probably going to see Reliant Robins everywhere. And the plates have been emptied. RG Quanta is too expensive. No shit. But the real good Quanta, not the best kit in the world. My copy cannot even have a solid shield, so that sucks. Gundam base in Paris since when? Since quite a bit ago, actually. Apparently not a lot of people knows that there's a Gundam base in Paris. Oh, Paris is in France, for God's sakes. I always mix up France and Italy, like, excuse me if you're European or if you actually are from Italy or France, but I often get those mixed up. Even the languages. I thought I know a lot of Italian, but no, apparently not. My geography of the European countries is absolutely abysmal, so forgive me if I accidentally mixed the two of them up. Where the hell are the J plates? My Quanta shield is hella loose. I use blue tack. Since I'm not going to be playing with it, I'm probably going to use plastic cement the next time I had to deal with that bugger, but for now it's resting against the wall of the display cabinet, so fine and dandy for now. I wish they had a Gundam base in Hong Kong. Well, you can go to Shanghai if you want to have a Gundam base here. But there is no place in Hong Kong available for a Gundam base to be placed here long term. Oopsies. That slipped up. Plus I put the sword bits on the sword, which is resting on a stand arm. And that doesn't help the weight issues of the shield itself, which sucks. But anyways, this is the full Eclipse Gundam body done. I'm not building the weapons. I'm building them on my own accord. I'm going to be conducting the transformation once, and I'm going to be leaving it here. So crazy that there's no Gundam base in Hong Kong. Yeah, there's literally no place for it. If I may ask, how did the Zaku collab happen? I just invited him. Talked to him on Instagram, saying that I want to have a collaboration before school resumes. Would you be fine with this and that time? Then he said yes, and he hopped on. Just hope you are avoiding Morden or Sutton in UK. I live there, and the only fun thing is a swimming pool that I go to that takes a 20-minute bus ride. Well, I'm setting foot on Warrington, so it is gonna be it north. Yeah, like I said, probably gonna see Reliant Robins going everywhere, but I don't know. What? Okay then, so apparently half of this instruction manual is displaying the striker pack compatibility. Corridon has the hobby shop I go to, and where is Croydon compare, like, relative to the UK? Like, is it near the north or near the south? I don't know. But here we have it. Striker pack compatibility. Oh yeah, there's a flap here and a flap here. Plug on the Ale striker pack. Don't know how that looks at right now, but yeah, hardpoints here, shield, adapter, what is it? The sword striker, launcher striker. You can plug on the perfect striker. What's the kit you really want but not willing to pay the price? Mine is the Master Grade Red Dragon. There really honestly isn't any kit that I'm interested in but not really willing to pay the price for. So I guess that question is kind of pending until something pops up. It used to be the Penelope and the Xi, but seeing as how vacant February and March were, I managed to save up quite a bit. So that's why I actually was willing to pick up those in the first place. The PGX is like 450 pounds. even 1 to 10, that's not good. Let alone 1 to 11. Oh, so you would need adapters that are included in this kit. So included adapters for plugging on the silhouette packs as well, and the wizard packs. So not everything goes into the striker pack holder in the back. Interesting. Alright, so transformation, art piece, and then I'm gone. Let's get on with it. Let's see how this works. Many good reviews for PGX. Yeah, there are also LED versions. Yeah. PGX is £450, but High Ruby Advanced Hazel will be like £50 due to scalpers. That's 500 Hong Kong dollars. 550 if you gotta be pedantic about it. Okay, so rotate the thighs, bend the legs slightly, tip the toes. I don't want to unlock the mechanic yet until it tells me to do so. And I should probably swap on the fist. Whenever it comes. Okay, so I detach the leg armor like so, and swing that up. Pull the entire thing down, so activate the transformation mechanic so as to rotate this back in. Oh my god, it's stuck. I'll catch up with you guys later. Rotate this down. Slide that up. Where the hell am I? Oh, and then connect this into the feet. At least there are locks for everything, which is nice. And actually just rotate these to wherever you want. Okay, there goes the fingers. Thank the Lord that that sorted itself. If one, the LED will be another £200. I add the soon-to-be iconic transformation. Add wheels onto it. Okay. Untap. Swivel. Transform. And that's one thing about a transformation. Everything gets stuck. Tab. We'll actually clip onto that. Raise this thing up. Rotate. Next page. Connect everything together. Oh, for God's sake. Alignment. Nothing is working well. Yep. That's the nose cone. And what am I looking at here? What the hell am I looking at here? Fin down. Untap the... clip joints. Bane of my existence. Untap. Swing the entire thing up, I suppose. Yep, there we go. And then, like so, break its back. Flip the fin back up, like so. It was a simple transformation looking at the preview videos, but not necessarily if you try to decipher the instruction manual. What am I looking at here? Okay, so this goes in here, I think. Yep, this goes in here. That's solidified. Rotate these 180 degrees. And these should, according to the instruction manual, tuck. Tuck in. Not for supper. Tuck in. God damn it. Tuck in. God damn it. It's rather infuriating. The instructions don't really do a good enough example of explaining how the transformation works. Okay, and then open up these side panels. Pull this forward. Close the panels back. Next page. Talk amongst yourselves. What the hell? What am I supposed to do here? Okay, open up the flap. There we go. That's 1, 2, 3 points of articulation. Bend firmly. Exposing the lower thruster, of course. And then finally, the main part of the show. Rotate the entire top piece while collapsing it back down. There goes the other set of fingers, thank God. And push the entire head assembly down, I think. Yeah, that's how that's supposed to go, I think. I definitely need to transform this a few more times in order to fully understand what the hell is going on. Oh, I need the shields. What do you mean pull out the forearms? Okay, pull out the forearms. Okay, they extend a little, which is nice. Whatever, I'm... this up a little, open this up a little. Pull it out to release the lock. What does that mean? Oh, I really have a feeling of me breaking this thing. Oh, so apparently it's unlocked by... oh, good. That simplifies things. Raise... raise the panel, raise the panel. Raise the arms. Yep. not the smoothest transformation mechanic I've ever seen. And yeah, this is what it would look like without its shields. Definitely not the warship that I'm expecting, but of course I haven't built everything, so opinions may change. So yeah, this is the alt mode without the shields. Completely and utterly weird looking. So yeah, we're missing the chunks here, and overall, it's literally just the Eclipse Gundam sitting down with a backwards cap. So, what do you guys think? And of course, the hard points here are exposed. So, weapons are definitely possible. I don't immediately have something that's a lie. That's definitely larger than 3 millimeters. But here it is. The Eclipse Gundam Alt Mode. The animation definitely looks better than the actual product. Smoother. And what am I missing out here during the transformation? Yeah, I don't want to break things. But it's definitely more convoluted to look at the instruction manual than it is to do it yourself. Not bad. Let's get on High Grade Moon. Yep, the High Grade Moon is definitely a good kit. Moon is a pricier high grades. I heard it's one of the best. Not in the long, not during the long term. But fresh out of the box, one of the best kits that could be bought. Psycho plates. I'm surprised there is still no Psycho Gundam Mark IV G doors. And the cockpit can still be opened, just like so. Here you have it. Tatsumi Hori in the Eclipse Gundam. I'm taking the pilot out once I paint this thing. Excuse me, but overall, there it is. Just when you move to the UK, be prepared to pay double the Japanese price at least. Noted. So more of a reason to make this thing work before I actually move there. And there goes the feed again. I'm anal about alignment, okay? It's the chicken and eggs. Hard for Gundam to spread because of the price, and the price is hard to come down because of the number of buyers. Precisely. I would love for G-Doors Gundam. Me too. Especially with the cycle plates being double the amount. But what do you guys think of the unarmed alt mode? It looks it does look weird without the shields. But like I said, not building the weapons on the stream. My moon is still standing. Yeah, but you can barely move it. So I'm gonna clean this up. By that I mean just tossing whatever is here onto the box. And by the way, what do you guys think of this? This is the Eclipse Gundam alt mode, fully armed, with the maneuver striker. What do you guys think? Like, it is as if Ptolemaios actually forced the extra supplies onto the back of the ship's engines. Like, it just doesn't go well. Like, especially here. Too many angles compared to the Eclipse Gundam itself. Does it give you a jetty vibe? No, not necessarily. It gives me like a ship vibe. Like, this is the nose cone of the ship. These are going to be the turrets. Where the hell is the catapult going to be? Not sure. That's still yet to be determined because the shields haven't been built yet. I still don't have a full idea of what it will look like in person. But still, this is more of a warship than either a car or a jet. That is packed to the side so much it looks like it could fall off. Yup. I must admit the Eclipse plane mode is not too bad. It looks like a small battleship. Finally, somebody who resonates with my thoughts. Finally, someone who resonates. Yeah, thank you, Wakane, for being my bro. Anyways, this is the last thing I will show you guys in the stream, and it is the Eclipse Gundam painting that I did. Like, it's just so happened to be completed right around its release. Maneuver Striker is kind of funny in playing mode, but MS mode it looks cool to me. To each their own, not gonna judge too harshly, but to me, nah. I take no Striker, unless the Ale Striker changes my mind. But here we have it, the painting to round off this stream. So what do you guys think? And yep, so that's basically gonna wrap it up for this stream. Weapons are gonna be built in another time. Expect the review to be coming, if not tomorrow, then Wednesday, because I do still have to write the script and build the L Striker, build the weapons. That's probably gonna be a few hours gone already, and I have to film the footage, which may take me 4 hours, and then edit the damn thing, and that's it. Looks cool with the kit and the paintings on the background. It does not work for a review, but for a momentary shot, that could definitely be an idea. So, yep. What do you guys think? And also, last call for comments before the before the end of the stream. It's amazing. It's beautiful art. Nice, thank you. That's nice painting. Thank you. Still not perfect, but definitely looks nice from afar. So yeah, that's basically gonna wrap it up for this stream, and yeah, kind of feel sad to say goodbye after all this, and especially when Zak has actually popped up. So yeah, that's gonna wrap it up for this stream. Thank you all so much for joining throughout this epic voyage that took place in the span of 5 hours. And expect the review tomorrow. If not, then it's gonna be a Wednesday review. So that's it for me. Thank you all so much for hopping on, and I'll see you all in the review and maybe the next stream. So yeah, off to bed for now. Thank you all so much. See you all soon. Good day to you wherever you are, and we'll meet again. Until next time.